A man in a white uniform walks, delivering a speech to a group of people. He asks for everyone's attention. He explains that in a few days, Princess Wei Wei will arrive at outpost 11361 to assume her position as station chief. He explains that, according to imperial law, all 14,000 individuals present at the station will become citizens under the command of Princess Wei Wei. He emphasizes the importance of the occasion, stating that becoming a citizen directly linked to the royal family is a rare opportunity, even throughout the Galactic Federation. A hand rises from the crowd, interrupting the officer's speech. Visibly annoyed, he turns to the crowd and asks who interrupted him. A young man in a blue uniform, with his hand still raised, introduces himself as Wang Xiaofeng, senior mechanical engineer in the weapons engineering department. The man approaches Wang Xiaofeng and stares him down. He questions how a dwarf ended up at the outpost. Wang Xiaofeng stands at attention and reports to the officer, stating that he is 180 meters tall and that, on Earth, this is not considered short. The man, incredulous, asks what an Earthling has to report. Wang Xiaofeng, somewhat timidly, reports that the outpost's ammunition reserves are critically low and that to ensure Princess Wei Wei's safety during her appointment, big mistake, the kid just arrived and already wants to sit in the front row. The officer cuts Wang Xiaofeng off, yelling, "Silence!" The man continues to berate Wang Xiaofeng, questioning when matters of the supply department became the responsibility of a dwarf from weapons engineering. The young man, unsure of what to say, attempts to respond but is quickly silenced. The officer, still staring at Wang Xiaofeng with disdain, states that as of the following day, he will be transferred to the basic maintenance team and that he doesn't want to see him again. The young man is speechless and watches as the officer walks away. Then, with his back to Wang Xiaofeng, the man announces the end of the meeting and comments that the HR department is increasingly out of control. The officer and a woman in a pink and white uniform walk down the hallway as she announces the arrival of a new report from the front lines. The officer orders her to speak. The woman reports to the man that another outpost, 12 light years away, was attacked by the Jinglong race. She then asks the officer if they shouldn't make some preparations. He brings his hand to his chin, thoughtful. He wonders if the Jinglong race isn't the one that wanders the universe hunting advanced life forms. He then reassures the woman, saying there's no need to worry. He explains that within 12 light years, there are no less than 8 outposts, so it's not their turn to worry yet. The officer says the main task at the moment is to ensure that the princess's appointment ceremony goes smoothly. The woman confirms that she understands. The man asks her to isolate this information so that it doesn't reach the princess's ears and cause unnecessary problems. Wang Xiaofeng, now in a basic maintenance uniform, walks down a hallway. He's suddenly bumped into and falls to the ground. A young man in a blue uniform apologizes to Wang Xiaofeng for not seeing him, justifying that he's too short. A group of other non-human uniformed individuals approach Wang Xiaofeng. Someone comments that the maintenance team is full of newbies over 2.5 meters tall and warns him to be careful not to get crushed. The people around Wang Xiaofeng start making fun of him. One asks if that's the Earthling who, according to rumors, talked nonsense in front of the station chief. Another comments that it's disgusting to be on the same team as a dwarf like him and tells him to go back to Earth. Our protagonist, ignoring the comments, gets up and walks towards his dorm room door. He opens the door, relieved to finally be in his own space. Wang Xiaofeng enters his dorm room, which is extremely messy, and observes the situation with dismay. He remembers when he asked his parents to return to Earth, claiming he missed them. In Wang Xiaofeng's memory, his father, holding a knife, scolds him, telling him to stop playing the victim and that if he couldn't complete the tasks, he should forget they exist. Meanwhile, our hero's mother tries to calm him down. Wang Xiaofeng remembers how scary his father is. Then, some time passes, and Wang Xiaofeng holds a notepad with a list of goals written by his father. Get married, have 10 children, make 100 friends, buy a big house with at least 1,000 square meters. And below the list, there's a warning. If he can't do any of this, his father will consider him as if he had no son. Our hero looks at the list list, disheartened, and says it seems there's no way to go back to Earth. A crowd gathers in the outpost's parking area, shouting, "Wow! The princess is arriving." As the crowd cheers and shouts, "Your Highness, the princess!" The beautiful maiden with silver hair and a purple outfit disembarks from the spaceship. The princess, now on solid ground, observes the crowd welcoming her enthusiastically. She is the much-talked-about Wei Wei, the princess of the Galactic Empire. The crowd cheers her, chanting her name and declaring support for her leadership. The princess thanks everyone for their support and walks the red carpet, accompanied by a tall, strong man with blonde hair and stylish armor. He is introduced as Li Kei, the Imperial Royal Knight. Princess Wei Wei addresses the crowd, proud, and introduces herself as the 133rd Princess of the Galactic Empire. In the crowd, two people comment on the princess. One appears impressed that she is the new station chief. The other declares their continued support for her. The princess, satisfied, says that finally, from that day forward, she has her own territory and subjects. She considers herself an illegitimate princess, but states that on that day, she became one of the few royals with real power. The princess thinks that although the outpost is a bit remote, the district is rich in mineral resources, which means a lot of profit. The princess, now with a hint of arrogance, orders the commoners to work hard to secure the throne for her. Li Kei warns her, saying that this place is not like the imperial capital and asking her to be careful with her words and actions. The princess responds, irritated, that she already knows and that he doesn't need to remind her all the time. And well, she can't maintain that aura for long as she trips over something on the floor and falls. Sorry, but I laughed out loud here. Li Kei kneels beside Princess Wei Wei and asks if she's all right. She worries if anyone witnessed the fall. The princess groans in pain, complaining that it hurts a lot. She gets up, leaning on her knees, and asks who the idiot was who left that garbage in the hallway. Li Kei says that if he's not mistaken, the culprit behind the princess's fall must be that guy. He observes Wang Xiaofeng, who has his back turned, putting tools away in a locker. Princess Wei Wei, still irritated by the fall, complains that the outpost should be filled with elites and questions if that guy is also a member of the outpost. Li Kei observes Wang Xiaofeng and says that, judging by his stature, he must be a primitive earthling. Princess Wei Wei approaches Wang Xiaofeng and calls him Shorty, asking for his name. Wang Xiaofeng, holding a tool in his hand, turns to Princess Wei Wei and asks if she needs anything. Princess Wei Wei looks Wang Xiaofeng up and down and is enchanted by our protagonist's beauty. She points to a backpack on the floor and asks Wang Xiaofeng if it's his. He confirms. Princess Wei Wei approaches Wang Xiaofeng and accuses him of making her trip. She demands to know how he will compensate her. Our protagonist panics and apologizes, stating that it wasn't his intention. The princess places her index finger on Wang Xiaofeng's cheek with a mischievous expression and says that, of course, she can consider forgiving him if he shows some sincerity. Wang Xiaofeng, confused, asks what she means by sincerity. Understanding the situation, he asks the princess to wait a moment. Princess Wei Wei crosses her arms and observes Wang Xiaofeng's attitude. She thinks, smiling, that using her position to ask for favors is a trick that never fails. Then, he stands up and hands the princess a card, asking her to accept it. The princess takes the card and asks what it is. Our hero, with his eyes closed and hands clasped together, explains that it's a voucher for the second cafeteria and that it can be exchanged for a luxurious seafood buffet. He reveals that he has been saving that voucher for a long time and hasn't had the courage to use it. Princess Wei Wei stares at him, incredulous, and asks if he's joking with her. She argues that anyone who goes to the outpost must be, at a minimum, from a noble family of some planet and have at least a few hundred star coins. Then, the princess demands 200,000 star coins so they can be even. Wang Xiaofeng, confused, mutters, "Money?" He explains that he passed his exams and that all his money went to paying off student loans. He sadly laments that he only has 200 star coins left. The princess, shocked, wonders how anyone can be so poor. "Come on, my lady. No need to humiliate him too, right?" Two people in the distance observe the scene and recognize Princess Wei Wei, praising her beauty. Lee K warns Princess Wei Wei that it's not good for their reputation to start intimidating station staff. She replies loudly, stating that she already knows. Princess Wei Wei smiles and tells Wang Xiaofeng that she was just messing with him. She praises him, saying it's impressive that someone so young has become a mechanical engineer. Wang Xiaofeng, relieved, admits that the joke scared him. The princess, still smiling, declares that from that day forward, they are friends and says goodbye, claiming she still has things to do. She tells Wang Xiaofeng that if he needs anything, he can contact her anytime. He happily agrees. As she walks away, our hero comments that the princess is very kind. A group of people glare at Wang Xiaofeng angrily. Two women berate him. One says that the princess is a royal noble with a life expectancy of over 1,000 years, and that there's no way she would associate with a low-class being like him. The other says he needs to learn what self-awareness is. Our hero cowers, ashamed, as the crowd continues to glare at him with disdain. Bro, it's impressive how small our hero is compared to the rest of the staff. Princess Wei Wei, alone in a living room, punches a teddy bear furiously. She complains that if she sees that shorty again, she'll teach him a lesson. Then, the officer enters the living room. He addresses the princess as Your Highness and asks what's wrong. She asks the deputy station chief what is going on. The man explains that a portal has been discovered near the outpost and a large number of Xinglong are emerging from it, rapidly advancing towards them. He assures the princess that he has already prepared everything for her. He implores the princess to evacuate immediately for her safety. Princess Wei Wei, outraged, states that the station crew is fighting to the death to defend the Empire's borders, and that, as princess and station chief, she cannot abandon them and flee alone. Moreover, Outpost 11361 has the most advanced space defense equipment in the Empire on the level of a space fortress, and there is no safer place in the nearby star systems. Then, she declares that she will stay and face the Xinglong alongside the station crew. The officer resigns himself to the princess's decision, accepting the situation. Now, in the command room, he despairs as he realizes that the Xinglong used a portal to reach them directly from 12 light-years away. In a panic, one of the agents reports that a large number of gigantic life forms are approaching, and the number continues to increase rapidly. 500, 550, 600. The other, shocked, announces that the number has exceeded 1,000 and continues to rise. Then, one of the agents alerts them to the detection of a high-risk target suspected to be the Xinglong King. The officer is incredulous. He starts pacing back and forth, commenting that even the Xinglong King has appeared and that the target is very clear. Then he reaches a conclusion. That's it. The Xinglong must be after the princess, looking for a lone royal. After all, to them, the star power possessed by royalty is an irresistible fatal attraction. The officer recalls the moment the outpost was established, stating that, at the time, it had the most comprehensive defense system, on par with a space fortress. A fleet of imposing, heavily armed robots floats in space, demonstrating the former defensive power of the place. Back then, they truly had the strength to fight the Xinglong, but now, the outpost has been around for a century and has never been attacked. He concludes, bitterly, that the annual defense funds have been diverted for a long time and that the current defense system is nothing more than an empty shell. So, the officer orders, urgently, that they activate the outpost's self-destruct sequence immediately, notify the crew to prepare for evacuation, and block the princess's signal receiver. One of the men, perplexed, questions what to do with the princess. He says that the princess fought to the last moment to protect the station staff while they evacuated and perished along with the outpost. He justifies his actions by saying that since the Xinglong are after the princess's life, he cannot be blamed. The officer continues his speech, cynical, saying that they shouldn't forget that everyone there has a share in the diverted funds. He explains that, in the worst-case scenario, if just an illegitimate princess dies, he will be demoted, but if the embezzlement is discovered, they will all spend their lives in prison. Then he asks them to choose for themselves. One of the agents confirms the order. He reports that the station crew has been notified to evacuate immediately. Then the other agent coldly confirms that the self-destruct device device will be activated in 1 hour. A horde of Xinglong of various shapes and sizes flies towards the outpost in a nearby star system. Amidst the Xinglong horde, the king, with blue armor and red details, stands out for his imposing posture. He has a humanoid body, black dragon wings, a horn atop his head, and a menacing gaze. Disaster level, Xinglong King, star space monster, weight, 89,000 tons. Then, the clash finally begins. Li Ke, piloting a fighter ship, orders the soldiers to prepare as they cannot let those disgusting reptiles get close to the outpost. A squadron of armed robots flies in formation through space. The robotic soldiers respond in unison. Yes, sir! The Xinglong King senses an incredibly delicious aroma coming from the outpost. The king launches himself towards the outpost, hitting and destroying several combat robots from the enemy fleet. The soldiers around Li Ke shout, "Run!" while others call for help as they watch the Xinglong King approach. Li Ke, furious, questions what the soldiers are doing standing there, reminding them that this is the Xinglong King, and orders them to quickly set up a line of fire. One soldier desperately reports that the weapons have no ammunition. He reports that the reserve magazines are also empty, that the combat suits are not equipped with tactical knives. Li Ke complains that the outpost has no decent weapons. He wonders how this mission is any different from a suicide mission. Then, in his mind, he questions if the deputy chief arranged for the princess to leave earlier, concluding that he knew everything all along. Combat robots fight the Xinglong in an unequal battle. One of them warns, panicked, that the princess is in danger. The Xinglong King observes the fleet of robots attacking him and scoffs at the humans, calling them space junk. He wonders where the chosen one could be hiding. Observing the outpost in the distance, the Xinglong King concludes that they are hiding there. Inside the ship, Li Ke watches the monitors and receives an alert that a life form with high energy is approaching. The king is coming. Li Ke curses, frustrated, and orders them to prepare for emergency evacuation. The Xinglong King invades the outpost, destroying a robot in his path, and orders them to get out of his way. A message on the outpost's communication system announces that the location is about to self-destruct and asks everyone to evacuate in an orderly fashion. Soldiers run in panic through the outpost as explosions erupt around them. Li Ke runs alongside Princess Wei Wei, guiding her towards the escape pod and warning her that it's about to be launched. Then they look out the window, and well, the escape pod is already leaving the location. Princess Wei Wei and Li Ke, shocked, watch their only means of escape fly away. Still inside the station, Li Ke is furious. He curses the deputy chief, calling him despicable for wanting them to die alongside the Xinglong. Princess Wei Wei asks what they should do. She holds Li Ke's shoulder in panic and asks him to think of something quickly. Li Ke, distraught, laments the situation, asking what they could possibly do at that point. It is then that our hero, limping and with his arm in a cast, approaches. Princess Wei Wei, desperate, wonders if they will die there. Wang Xiaofeng approaches and looks at her surprised. He asks the princess why she is still there. Then, our protagonist, carried on Li Ke's back, addresses Princess Wei Wei and says that she's lucky to have found him. Otherwise, she would be stuck there. The princess asks if he has a way to get them out of there. Wang Xiaofeng states that, of course, they are friends, and assures her that he will get them out of there safely. The princess rejoices, relieved. Li Ke asks Wang Xiaofeng how he got hurt. Wang Xiaofeng downplays the injuries, saying it was nothing serious and that it was just carelessness. He then points to an area in the outpost, saying that it's the production area where some space shuttles that haven't been delivered yet are stored. Wang Xiaofeng asks Li Ke and the princess to put on their protective suits, advising that he will set the destination coordinates. The princess praises Wang Xiaofeng, saying he's surprisingly reliable. Our hero, proud, retorts, asking them not to underestimate him as he passed the outpost's rigorous selection process as a senior mechanic. Li Ke and Princess Wei Wei, now wearing spacesuits, watch as Wang Xiaofeng operates a control panel. Princess Wei Wei tells her bodyguard that there are only 2 spaceships. Li Ke suggests they board the ship, but the princess hesitates. Li Ke argues with the princess that they are royalty and nobility, and that compared to a primitive from a planet like Earth, they have much longer lifespans. He says that if she feels guilty about Wang Xiaofeng, they can always compensate his family later. Wang Xiaofeng, with his arm in a cast and using crutches, apologizes for the delay and invites them to proceed. Man, I'm going to cry. You guys aren't going to do this to him, right? Right? But upon reaching the spaceship area, he finds the place empty. He wonders where everyone is and notices that the spaceship is also gone. Our hero laments, realizing that he has been left behind. Wang Xiaofeng wonders if they couldn't have squeezed him into the ship since he's not that big. A message on the outpost's communication system announces that the self-destruct sequence has entered the countdown phase. Wang Xiaofeng, sitting on the floor, feels betrayed and curses Li Ke and the princess for lying to him, questioning why they said they were friends and abandoned him. Then he stops and notices something moving on the ceiling. A message informs that the outpost's self-destruct sequence is in a 5-second countdown. A deafening roar echoes through the outpost. Wang Xiaofeng, in shock, finds himself facing a gigantic, monstrous creature emerging from a crack in the ceiling. The information card reveals the disaster level. Cosmic Beast, Balong. Weight, 21,000 tons. Our hero pleads in tears for the creature not to take him away. The Xinglong King observes the destroyed robots around him, perplexed, and questions where everyone has gone. Li Ke, in his escape ship, takes off at high speed, leaving the outpost behind. Princess Wei Wei, looking out the ship's window, calls out for Wang Xiaofeng. Meanwhile, the officer watches from afar, thinking that everything went according to plan. Wang Xiaofeng, in a panic, tries to crawl away from the cosmic beast Balong, which opens its enormous mouth before him. A bright light engulfs the space. The escape pod, with Li Ke and Princess Wei Wei aboard, emerges from the space portal, heading away from the chaos. Wang Xiaofeng falls, submerged in a liquid, wondering if he is dead. He floats in a dark space and wonders if this is the light of paradise. But he wonders why there are two lights. Confused, Wang Xiaofeng thinks he's never heard of there being choices in paradise. But then, he decides to ignore the doubt and convinces himself that choosing the brighter light should be safe. Wang Xiaofeng, after passing through the light, finds himself in a completely dark environment and wonders what happened and where he is. He asks if anyone is there. He notices that the top of the place is soft and concludes that he can open it. Then, in an attempt to open the top, he finds a light and celebrates. Our hero finds himself in an environment with a honeycomb-patterned ceiling and wonders where he is. Wang Xiaofeng, now with an insect body, observes his 6 legs and wonders what is going on and why he has 2 pairs of hands. He also realizes he has antennae and wings and wonders if he's reincarnated as a bee. Wang Xiaofeng, with a humanoid bee body, walks through a verdant field and excitedly thinks about how interesting it is to have this body and wonders if he should find some nectar first. Wang Xiaofeng walks around, imitating the sound of a bee and describing himself as a hard-working little bee. Our hero stops on a cliff, overlooking floating islands and a clear blue sky, and exclaims, "Wow!" He observes the spectacular scenery in front of him and comments on the beauty of this planet. Wang Xiaofeng, on solid ground, touches the soil with his front legs and praises the fertility of the soil, noting that it has not been polluted in any way. He sadly recalls that his home planet, Earth, is a dark gray planet with a deep purple haze covering the sky. Earth's radioactive seas are home to terrifying mutant creatures, and the toxic dust everywhere means that the average life expectancy of Earth's inhabitants is only 40 years. He then wonders what it would be like if Earth were like this place. 3 brightly colored bees watch Wang Xiaofeng from afar. One comments that he looks like a newly emerged drone bee. Our hero observes the approaching group of humanoid bees. He asks them, confused, what they are going to do. One of them confirms that he really is a drone bee. The humanoid bees are fascinated by Wang Xiaofeng. One comments that it's the first time she's seen such a small drone bee. Another suggests that he must be the first drone born to the queen. Another bee, delighted, exclaims that that he is very cute. Our hero asks if they are talking about him. The bees approach Wang Xiaofeng curiously. One asks his name. Another, with a curious look, asks if she can touch him. The little guy, awkward with the attention he is receiving, introduces himself as Wang Xiaofeng and thinks, with a smile, about how popular he is. Wang Xiaofeng, cheeks flushed, allows the bees to touch him, saying it's okay if it's just a touch. Then, a bee starts squeezing Wang Xiaofeng's cheek and exclaims that it's very soft, commenting that his skin seems very nice. Then, a group of humanoid bees pile on top of Wang Xiaofeng, who cries out for help. Another bee, noticing the commotion, asks what they are doing and reminds them that they all have work to do. One bee warns, panicked, that they are the queen's guards. The other bees look at her, frightened. The queen's guard, with a stern expression, orders them to get back to work. The information card reveals her disaster level. Queen bee guard, Bee Li, weight 9,000 tons. The bees who were on top of Wang Xiaofeng get up and respond, "Yes," as they run to continue their work. Meanwhile, our poor hero lies on the ground trying to figure out what just happened. Bee Li comments on how that was a problem. Our protagonist, relieved, says he thought he was going to die. Bee Li looks at Wang Xiaofeng and asks if he's the newly emerged drone bee. She takes flight and orders Wang Xiaofeng to follow her, saying she will take him to see the queen. Wang Xiaofeng, surprised by the order, watches Bee Li fly away. Looking at his wings, he says he hasn't tried flying yet. Then, with great difficulty, he tries to flap his wings. Our hero finally launches himself into the air and exclaims excitedly as he flies completely clumsily. But wait, a poor guy's joy is short-lived. The poor thing crashes into a tree branch. Meanwhile, the other bees laugh at the situation. One comments on his recklessness, flying so uncontrollably for the first time, and says she doesn't understand why he's so excited. Another bee laughs, finding the situation funny, and comments that it's not surprising, as everyone has a first time. Then, some time passes, and the bees arrive at a huge honeycomb-shaped structure on top of a giant tree. Our hero asks if this is where the queen lives. Wang Xiaofeng eyes the structure with suspicion and comments that something feels wrong. A group of humanoid bees with spears in their hands guard the entrance to the structure. One of them addresses Bee Li, calling her Captain Bee Li, and asks if she shouldn't be resting that day. Bee Li, accompanied by Wang Xiaofeng and the other bees, approaches the entrance to the structure. She explains that the new drone bee has emerged and that she is taking him to see the queen. Wang Xiaofeng shyly greets her. Then the bee allows Bee Li and Wang Xiaofeng to enter. Wang Xiaofeng enters the structure and is greeted by a corridor filled with humanoid bees staring at him. He feels uncomfortable with the stares. Our hero, surrounded by worker bees, questions why all workers are female and where the other drones are. One of the bees asks if he didn't know. One explains that there are over 3,000 bees in the hive, but that he is the only drone. Yeah, as I expected. Now we all know where this is going to take us. She then states that apart from the queen, all the others are worker bees like her sisters. Wang Xiaofeng, shocked, thinks that over 3,000 worker bees are all female. Then our hero blushes and has indecent thoughts after learning this information. But he stops immediately, thinking that with so many bees, his body wouldn't be able to handle it. Dude, if it's what I'm thinking, this is going to be the biggest harem I've ever seen in my life. The red-haired worker bee, with a sly smile, asks Wang Xiaofeng why he's so happy as she strokes his head. The purple-haired worker bee asks Wang Xiaofeng if he's thinking of courting the sisters. Bee Mang Mang, the purple-haired bee, and Bee Man Man, the redhead, watch our hero with sly smiles. One of them comments, laughing, that he has some ambition. Our poor protagonist asks them innocently if that's not allowed. Then she explains that although worker bees are also female, only the queen has reproductive capacity. The other states that due to bloodline reasons, Wang Xiaofeng can only reproduce with the queens of other hives and only once a year. Then, Bee Li announces that straight ahead is the queen's chamber and asks everyone to be quiet. She kneels before the entrance to the queen's chamber and formally greets her, calling her Your Majesty. The queen asks Bee Li what is going on. Bee Li bows before the queen and explains that not long ago, the queen's drone bee emerged, and she brought him to meet her. The queen looks at Wang Xiaofeng and thanks Bee Li for her hard work. Our hero, enchanted, observes the queen and says that she is very beautiful. beautiful. He wonders if this would be his mother in this world and is startled by her size. The queen, Bi Huang, looks at Wang Xiaofeng curiously and asks what is wrong. Wang Xiaofeng, enchanted, exclaims that the queen is beautiful. Bi Li scolds him, saying that he should address her as Queen Bee, and questions him if the larvae didn't teach him the rules. She orders him to kneel immediately. Wang Xiaofeng, confused, asks what rules, not understanding the situation. Bi Huang, with an amused smile, reassures Bi Li, saying that it's okay as no one else is there. She comments that the little boy is very endearing. Then she calls our hero close to her and asks him to sit there with mommy. Wang Xiaofeng sits beside the queen, awkwardly, and asks why he can't call her mommy if she gave birth to him. Bi Huang explains that this is a rule followed by the bee tribe for generations, and she has no power to change it. She states that, after all, bees are the rulers of this celestial island and need to maintain their dignity. Bi Huang recalls that she was once one of thousands of worker bees, but she was fortunate enough to be chosen by the former queen and inherit her royal power, becoming the new queen. She explains that everyone in the hive is related by blood and that he should get along with them. The queen orders Bi Li, Bi Mang Mang, and Bi Man Man to take care of Wang Xiaofeng for now. The three bees bow before the queen and confirm the order. Bi Li bows to the queen and assures her that they will train him to be an excellent drone. The queen states that Bi Li is the most capable worker bee and the only one with 2-star strength, and suggests that Wang Xiaofeng learn from her. Our hero agrees, calling the queen Mother Queen. Now, in the residential area of the celestial island, various humanoid insects live in harmony. A giant dragonfly moves carrying a wooden crate. Bi Li explains to Wang Xiaofeng that this is the residential area of the celestial island, and that all the tribes under the administration of the bee tribe live here. She states that thanks to their protection, it has become the safest place on the entire celestial island. Bi Li points to the hive's residential area just ahead. She warns Wang Xiaofeng that he is still at level 0 and that until he reaches 1 star, he should not leave this place. The outside is an extremely dangerous wilderness, inhabited by wild tribes who follow the law of the jungle. Our hero, apprehensive, promises to remember. Bi Li points to a small honeycomb-shaped house and says that will be Wang Xiaofeng's room from now on. She advises that she will provide food and water regularly. Bi Li orders Bi Mang Mang and Bi Man Man to deliver that thing to our hero. Bi Mang Mang and Bi Man Man approach Wang Xiaofeng, carrying a cage with a furry, sleeping creature inside. Wang Xiaofeng, looking at the cage, asks what it is and if it is a pet. The bee explains that it's food and asks him to take it, assuring him that it's very nutritious and quite precious. Wang Xiaofeng, confused, asks the bees why they eat insects if they are also insects. The bees look at Wang Xiaofeng, all disappointed, and Bi Li comments that the guys in the breeding department are getting more and more ridiculous. Then, she corrects him, stating that they are actually wasps. "Wasps?" exclaims our hero. "Disaster-level native monster. Wasp beast. Weight, 3,000 tons. Wang Xiaofeng says no wonder the hive seems so strange. Bi Li, Bi Mang Mang, and Bi Man Man say goodbye to our hero, saying that they live next door and that he can look for them if he needs anything. After they leave, Wang Xiaofeng enters his new home and is startled by the size of the bed. He observes the interior of the house and comments that the accommodation is rudimentary, with no technological products, and seems like Earth's medieval period. He says that reincarnating as a wasp seems like a dream. Then our hero lies down on the bed, relieved, and decides that since he is here, he will make the most of it. He resigns himself to his new life as a wasp and comments that he is very tired. But suddenly, Wang Xiaofeng, now in his human form, opens his eyes, confused, and wonders if this is the previous space. Wang Xiaofeng falls towards a bright light as he screams. Wang Xiaofeng appears in the middle of a pile of giant bones in a place called Monster Cemetery. Wang Xiaofeng, dazed from the fall, looks around in surprise and wonders where he is. He wonders if he hasn't reincarnated. Our hero finds himself inside the mouth of a gigantic monster and wonders why this is happening again. Then he is ejected from the monster's mouth. Wang Xiaofeng, sitting on the ground, analyzes his injuries. He says his left arm has been ripped off, and that fortunately, the spacesuit has emergency bleeding control, but he still needs to disinfect it urgently. He observes the wound on his left leg and thinks he also has an open wound. Wang Xiaofeng, crawling across the floor, calls out for Mr. Fire! He, with difficulty, picks up a container of water and runs towards a small campfire, celebrating his success. He blows on the fire to increase the flames. Wang Xiaofeng places a piece of wood on the fire and decides to boil the bandages for disinfection. Then, he begins to stir the boiling water with a stick, saying that in an environment without medicine, this is the only way to stop the bleeding and disinfect. Then, our hero, screaming in pain, squeezes the wound with the hot stick, causing him to momentarily faint. And well, some time passes, and Wang Xiaofeng, now on his feet, observing the countless monster corpses around him, deduces that the entire valley is full of them, and they all died in the last explosion. He wonders if it was just because of the smell that this giant monster survived the divine explosion. But then our hero looks back and wonders why it's dark. And well, a giant shadow of a monster was approaching. Wang Xiaofeng, panicked, tries to dodge the monster's paw that nearly crushed him. A gigantic dragon-like monster rises above Wang Xiaofeng. The information card describes the creature as disaster level, cosmic monster, Zhu Yue dragon, weight 180,000 tons. Wang Xiaofeng, paralyzed with fear, murmurs, "Monster! Monster!" He observes this enormous creature and thinks about how big it is. Another, smaller dragon approaches the Zhu Yue dragon and asks what's wrong with him. The information card describes him as disaster level, cosmic monster, flash dragon, weight 87,000 tons. The Zhu Yue dragon replies that he thinks something just went under his feet. The flash dragon suggests that he forget about it, as it might just be a ghoul. He comments that the Dragon King is seriously injured and needs a lot of blood, so they need to find some fresh bodies and bring them back quickly. The Zhu Yue dragon replies, irritated, that he already knows and doesn't need to be pressured. Wang Xiaofeng hides behind a rock, terrified, wondering what they are talking about. Then, some time passes, and the Zhu Yue dragon and Flash dragon carry several smaller monsters on their backs. Our hero watches them and wonders if they are transporting the bodies. He puts his hand to his chin and thinks that maybe this is a good chance to escape from here. The Flash dragon warns the Zhu Yue dragon that it's almost time and they must go. Then, it takes off, carrying a small monster in its claws. In the midst of the skies, you can see an absurd number of dragons transporting food at full speed. Wang Xiaofeng, hidden in the mouth of the Zhu Yue dragon, sighs in relief, saying that he has finally managed to get out of that cursed place. He wonders where they are. He looks out, frightened, at a valley teeming with monsters. He concludes, horrified, that this place is a monster nest. Then, finally, their destination approaches. An immense volcano emerges in front of them. The Zhu Yue dragon lands at the site, dumping several smaller monsters and their skeletons on the ground. Wang Xiaofeng yells, "Oh no!" as he falls along with the others. One dragon asks another if old Shi has already found all the ingredients for the Dragon King's meal. A turtle-like dragon approaches, analyzing the ingredients. He complains that his vision is not good and that he has been waiting for fresh ingredients for so long. Wang Xiaofeng observes the situation, desperate, and wonders if they are monsters and what he should do. But suddenly, the turtle dragon excitedly notices Wang Xiaofeng and thinks that with this fresh ingredient, he will finally be able to satisfy the Dragon King. The turtle dragon approaches our hero with an evil grin and comments that this fresh ingredient is really great. But in reality, the giant turtle wasn't aiming for our protagonist, but for the dinosaur he was hiding behind. So, our hero, who almost had a heart attack, watches as the giant turtle takes the ingredient to the cauldron. Wang Xiaofeng takes the opportunity to run away, saying that the old man must have really bad eyesight not to have seen him. Then the big turtle with a giant cleaver prepares the food, saying, "With these ingredients it should be ready after boiling for a few more minutes." Wang Xiaofeng hides behind behind a creature's leg, relieved to be finally safe. The smaller monsters look at Wang Xiaofeng with surprise and curiosity. One of them points at him and yells in surprise that it is a human. The smaller monsters observe our hero, scared and confused. One of them wonders what a human would be doing here. Another comments that he looks delicious. A blue monster with horns, holding a cup, is startled and asks why there is a human here. One of the monsters warns that Wang Xiaofeng is running and orders the others to catch him. Our hero, in a panic, runs away from there. Then, a group of monsters chases Wang Xiaofeng while someone orders them not to let him escape, yelling to crush and eat him. Wang Xiaofeng despairs, wondering when this nightmare will end. But then, our hero, about to be crushed, remembers his spacesuit's safety airbag. The airbag inflates, cushioning the dinosaur's stomp. The monster steps on the airbag, flinging our protagonist away. The turtle dragon, carrying the cauldron, walks in front of the monsters that were chasing our hero. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaofeng flies towards the cauldron. Our hero plunges headlong into the dragon's soup. The turtle dragon moves towards a dark cave, carrying the cauldron with Wang Xiaofeng inside. A monster asks if that pot isn't for the Dragon King's Long Quan soup. The other silly beast confirms that it is. The blue monster tries to intervene, ordering the old man to stop. But then, they are surprised by a much larger dragon that steps in front of them. The dragon, furious, questions the monsters if they dare to rebel, even though they are in the Dragon King's palace. The information card reveals this dragon's disaster level. Level 7, Cosmic Monster, Bai Dragon, weight 1.3 million tons. The smaller monsters cower in fear. They deny any intention of rebellion. Then they denounce the turtle dragon, claiming that they saw a human inside his pot. The Bai dragon roars furiously and scoffs at the presence of a mere human. Then it crushes one of the monsters with its paw and threatens him, ordering him not to repeat it. One of the monsters points to the poor, flattened fire dragon on the ground and asks if it is dead. The Bai dragon, chasing the other little monsters, orders them all to leave. The smaller monsters back away, obeying the Bai dragon's order. Then the big guy looks into the cave, saying, "King." We then return to the battle that left the Dragon King massacred. The Bai dragon questions the Dragon King, who is seriously injured and lying on space debris, about how he allowed an explosion to hit him, being so powerful. The Dragon King says that if it weren't for that carelessness, he would never have had the chance to seize that unique opportunity. The Dragon King recalls that 300 years have passed, and during that time, there has been no progress in his power. He says the opportunity for a breakthrough is right there in front of him. The Dragon King, observing the unconscious Princess Weiwei inside the escape pod, says that all he has to do is absorb her star power. The Dragon King says that while he recovers, no one should approach him, for in his weakened state, they could easily steal his power. The Bai dragon vows to protect the Dragon King with his life. Now in the present, the turtle dragon pours the contents of the cauldron, including Wang Xiaofeng, into a gigantic organic container, resembling a womb. The Dragon King, his body cut in half, lies inside the container. Wang Xiaofeng calls for help as he floats inside the viscous, reddish liquid. The turtle dragon, observing the absorption process, celebrates the end of his work, saying that his old bones can finally rest. Wang Xiaofeng, exhausted, wishes for everything to be destroyed, including his miserable life. Wow. If I were him, I would ask for the same. The amount of stuff our hero has been through in 24 hours is unbelievable. What a miserable life. Out of nowhere, our hero bee slowly opens his eyes, wondering if he's back where he started. He gets out of bed and feels a sharp pain. Part of his bee mandible is broken. Wang Xiaofeng then thinks to himself that if he really had been reincarnated, his two bodies wouldn't be connected, concluding that when he woke up in one body, the other would be asleep. He rejoices at this possibility, thinking that maybe he's become some kind of supreme being with two bodies. Wow! I didn't see that coming. But soon after, with a sad countenance, our hero laments the fact that his human body is covered in wounds and probably dead by now. But then, Wang Xiaofeng, relieved, celebrates the fact that he is just an earthling and that everything is fine. He rejoices, saying that he has a noble position, surrounded by beauties, and that this is where he truly belongs. But soon his stomach starts to growl. He remembers that he hasn't eaten anything since entering this body. Then he remembers the gift the bees gave him, looking at the insect inside the cage. So, Wang Xiaofeng decides to see if the wasp is really good to eat. Oh my god. Look at the boy's psychopathic face, how scary. Then he grabs the food in his hand, while the little moth begs him not to eat it. Wang Xiaofeng is surprised that the creature can talk. He decides to follow local customs and try a piece of the moth. Wang Xiaofeng then bites into it. He makes a face and wonders if it tastes like raw shrimp. The little moth in his arms screams that she is dying. But calm down, everyone. Our hero wouldn't be that bad. Wang Xiaofeng spits and complains about the horrible taste. The little moth, shocked, asks what happened. Then she starts to cry, lamenting her situation, complaining about the cruelty of life, that she is about to die, but is being called disgusting even before she leaves. Wang Xiaofeng complains that she won't stop whining and says it's very annoying. Then he holds her and says he won't eat her and asks her to go cry somewhere else as it's too noisy. Our hero slams the door in the poor moth's face, kicking her out of his house. And well, in all these years in this vital company, this was the first time this has happened to her. The little moth celebrates, relieved, saying she is free. But as I've said a few times, a poor man's joy is short-lived. 2 bees fly overhead, and well, one of them points, saying they saw a moth in front of our protagonist's house. The bee, salivating, comments that the moth looks quite plump. After hearing this, the poor moth, desperate, knocks on our protagonist's door, calling him Big Brother, and desperately asking him to open the door. Wang Xiaofeng opens the door and asks why. The moth grabs our hero's leg and says that she is a good guy and asks him to take her home. Wang Xiaofeng refuses the request as he is hungry and needs to eat first. But in the end, he ends up letting her in. Our protagonist asks why she went so far. Then, the moth, completely nervous, says to our hero, "Well, wait, if the Lord Wasp doesn't like to eat meat, how about trying a pollen cake?" Wang Xiaofeng is interested in the pollen cake and asks if she has any at home. The moth confirms and says that her little sister is very good at making pollen cake. Now, outside the residential area, Wang Xiaofeng, hungry, asks if they couldn't just fly out of there. The moth warns that flying would be risky, as the queen's guards might spot them. Then the little insect asks what that strange flower is. Then she remembers and says it's called the twilight flower. The moth, excited, exclaims that the flower is edible and offers a petal to the Lord Wasp, saying that although it's a long walk back to her house, that flower can help satisfy his hunger. Our hero accepts and shoves it all in his mouth. Worried, she asks Wang Xiaofeng how the flower is. He replies that it's sweet and not bad. Wang Xiaofeng, satisfied, says his stomach is feeling better and thanks the little moth. She replies that he is welcome and suggests they continue. Excitedly, she points to a hole in a tree and explains that this is the place where her Lord Wasp can ask her sister to cook. Our hero asks if she gets along with her sister. The little moth, with a smile on her face, replies that she does and that she is the most important treasure to her. So, they finally arrive, and well, a wasp, with a demonic appearance, subdues a small insect that pleads, saying that she will work hard and be obedient, asking her to return her little brother to her. But right after, the poor thing is punched in the face, making her fall. The info sheet describes the wasp as disaster level, mud monster, weight 7,800 tons. The evil wasp says it's too late, because by now her little brother must already be in some lord's belly. Wang Xiaofeng is surprised by the giant wasp's attitude, being flabbergasted by such cruelty. Then the moth runs to her sister, worried, and asks if she's hurt. The little moth's sister introduces herself as Xiao Yue. The wasp runs and tells her not to be afraid, that she is safe now. The little moth says this is her house and asks the evil wasp to leave. The giant wasp approaches the creatures and says it's interesting, as she remembers selling her and asks how she survived and got back there. Then the wasp salivates, saying that as food, she should know her place, and that running away from being eaten is a serious crime. She brags about having the right to punish criminals. But calm down, people. You forgot that our protagonist was in the room, right? Wang Xiaofeng orders the giant wasp to stop. He says he brought the little moth with him. Wang Xiaofeng tells the giant wasp that if she has a problem, she should come to him. The giant wasp, shocked, wonders if they are from the wasp tribe. The moth thanks Wang Xiaofeng and calls him Lord Wasp. Our hero asks her not to be so formal and invites her to just call him Xiaofeng. The giant wasp kneels before Wang Xiaofeng, apologizing and saying that she didn't know they were friends of his. Our hero, confused, wonders why the wasp suddenly knelt. The moth asks him if he doesn't know. She explains that the wasp tribe is one of the rulers of the celestial island, that the wasp queen holds the power of the king, and that no insect on the celestial island dares to offend the wasp tribe. Wang Xiaofeng then says that the little moth is his friend and asks the giant wasp to stop intimidating her. She agrees and says that she will leave immediately. Then the giant wasp wonders how a male wasp from the wasp tribe could be there and even befriend food. Yue thanks Wang Xiaofeng. He replies saying that it was no big deal. But that's when shit starts to stink. The giant wasp stops and wonders if Wang Xiaofeng is not accompanied by worker bees and if he would have escaped alone. Then she licks her lips and exclaims that this is an unexpected surprise. Now, in the residential area of the Celestial Island, the bees call for Wang Xiaofeng and warn him that his sisters want to take him to see the city. Bee Man and Bee Mang look at the empty bed. They wonder where he could have gone. Bee Li, irritated, calls Wang Xiaofeng an idiot and states that he must have escaped again. She observes the footprints and says that he ignored their words and fled the city. The little moth asks Wang Xiaofeng how the food tastes. Wang Xiaofeng praises the food and says it is delicious. He comments that each type of pollen cake has its own unique fragrance and that her food is very good. But he tells Yue that the food is a little simple and that if it had some meat, it would be perfect. Yue and Yue are startled to hear Wang Xiaofeng talking about meat, but soon the moth says that Wang Xiaofeng was kind to her and that day, even if she has to cut her own flesh, she will repay his kindness. Yue tries to stop her brother while our hero is paralyzed by this unexpected reaction. Then, our protagonist gets up and takes the spear from the moth's hand. He apologizes and says he didn't mean to cause that misunderstanding. Wang Xiaofeng consoles her and says that he considers her a friend and doesn't want her to get hurt because of him. The poor moth, who had never received any affection in her life, asks him, "Friends?" Then, our hero confirms, excited, saying yes, that they are friends. Oh my god, how cute. Now I want a pet moth. But it's that saying, happiness is ungrateful. It abandons you when you need it most. Come back to me, Brittany. Why did you have to abandon me? Well, I guess it wasn't quite that saying, but you get the point. So the giant wasp enters the house, calling them sentimentalists. Our hero, irritated, asks what she is doing there. She replies that she wanted to invite Lord Wasp to visit the territory of the Mud Wasp tribe. Our hero rudely declines the invitation, saying he doesn't need theirs. The giant wasp threatens Wang Xiaofeng and says that if he doesn't accept the invitation, don't blame her for using force. Then she orders Horned Beetle to fetch Lord Wasp and bring him back to them. The Horned Beetle confirms the order. Disaster level, native monster, Horned Beetle beast, weight 13,000 tons. Wang Xiaofeng reassures Yue and her brother and says that he will take care of the Horned Beetle. The Horned Beetle attacks Wang Xiaofeng. Our hero waits for the attack and boasts of being a master on Earth who can defeat 10 people at the same time. Wang Xiaofeng dodges the Horned Beetle's attack. Then our little bee delivers a powerful blow to the Horned Beetle's belly. He attacks again, this time with a kick. And well, maybe the blow wasn't that strong. The beetle stands still while our hero gives his life to try to deal at least one damage to it. Wang Xiaofeng, confused, asks the beetle if he doesn't feel pain. The Horned Beetle grabs our poor bee by the face. Wang Xiaofeng despairs and begs the Horned Beetle to let him go, saying his head is going to be crushed. Yue and her brother tremble in fear as they see what just happened to our hero. The giant wasp orders the Horned Beetle to take them away. The Horned Beetle confirms the order. Yue asks Wang Xiaofeng if he's okay. The moth panics upon seeing Wang Xiaofeng unconscious and begs for nothing to happen to him. The giant wasp says she thought the male wasp could defeat a one-star Horned Beetle with such low power power and scoffs at the idea. The moth asks Wang Xiaofeng if he is feeling better. Our hero wakes up in a lot of pain, saying he almost died. Then he asks the little moth where they are taking them. Meanwhile, the horned beetle flies with them inside a box. The moth deduces that they are being taken to the surface. Frightened, Wang Xiaofeng shouts, "Surface?" Yosyue replies yes, and that the surface is inhabited by dragon beasts and is a very dangerous place. And well, already knowing our protagonist's history with dragons, he asks what dragon beasts are and if they would be dinosaurs. The moth says she heard her grandfather talk about dragon beasts and that they came from beyond the sky. She recalls that a long time ago insects lived on the surface, but after the dragon beasts invaded, there was a great war between the insects and the dragon beasts, from which the insects were completely defeated. Several creatures fight dragon beasts. The defeated insects fled to the celestial island, underground caves and islands, barely surviving. Wang Xiaofeng listens attentively to the moth's story and, astonished, concludes that if the dragon beasts came from beyond the sky, then it was the Star Dragon clan. He wonders if that planet was also invaded by the Star Dragon clan. Wang Xiaofeng, remembering the invincible strength of the Star Dragon clan and comparing them to insects, concludes that insects would have no chance of winning a war against dragons. So he asks why the mud wasps still live on the surface if it's so dangerous. The moth replies that the mud wasp's nest is in underground caves, barren places that have been abandoned by the dragon beasts. And since there aren't many strong insects there, the mud wasps became the rulers of the underground caves and turned other insects into their slaves. Then the giant wasp warns Wang Xiaofeng that they have arrived. She invites Wang Xiaofeng to meet her sisters, saying that they will love him. Our hero complains about the tight ropes and realizes that he has no chance of escaping. Wang Xiaofeng observes other creatures working and concludes that these are the mud wasp's slaves. The giant wasp tells Wang Xiaofeng that he seems very interested in the slaves and threatens him, saying that if he doesn't behave, he will end up like them. Our hero observes the slaves and comments on their miserable state, saying they are all covered in wounds. The wasp calls her sisters to show them what she brought. She brags to her sisters, saying that she has captured a male wasp from the wasp tribe. The giant wasp's sisters rejoice. One wasp asks if she's sure she was supposed to bring Wang Xiaofeng there. The giant wasp confirms, saying that he escaped from the celestial island city and that she captured the two moths who knew about it too, so there shouldn't be a problem. Our little worker bee, confused, wonders why there's always a bunch of females around him wherever he goes. Then the wasp starts to caress our hero's cheeks, commenting on his soft, delicate skin and saying that although he is a little young, after a while, he will definitely become a handsome young man. And if they marry him, their tribe might even produce a queen with the power of a king. Wang Xiaofeng is irritated by the wasp's comment. He asks her who would marry her and tells her to stop dreaming. Wow, that one hurt me too. The giant wasp, enraged, scolds Wang Xiaofeng. She says that they, the sisters, have plenty of time to teach him a lesson and that it won't be long before he begs them. The giant wasp drags Wang Xiaofeng through the dark forest and tells him to be quick. Our hero wonders if this would be a male wasp from the wasp clan. The bodybuilder insect explains that since the flying insects were driven out by the dragon beast, there are no wasps there, and that the mud wasp clan, the lowest level, has started to act arrogantly. He complains that those mud wasps are getting bolder, kidnapping a male wasp from the wasp clan. And yes, this is Dung Beetle speaking. Disaster level, native monster, Dung Beetle beast, weight 35,000 tons. The other one next to him says that those mud wasps were courting death. And yes, she's a praying mantis, simply one of nature's strongest insects, a real gangster among animals. Disaster level, native monster, praying mantis beast, weight 8,600 tons. The dung beetle says it's a golden opportunity and suggests luring the wasp clan there, stating that with that, the end of the mud wasps will be near. The praying mantis disagrees and says she's afraid it'll be like inviting wolves into the house, and that if they drive out the mud wasps, they could end up as slaves to the wasps. The dung beetle says he understands the praying mantis mantis's concern, but states that with their strength alone, it is impossible to shake the mud wasp's dominance. She agrees with the beetle. He states that he will judge whether the wasp clan is trustworthy after an investigation. Now back to our hero. The giant wasp throws Wang Xiaofeng to the ground and says that this is the bottom layer of the underground mine, and that no one can save him. She orders him to stay there and think carefully, saying that as soon as he understands, his sister will get him out of there. Wang Xiaofeng curses the giant wasp, calling her an old hag, and says he would never fall for her. Look, the way my testosterone is high these days, I wouldn't turn anything down. But what can you do, right? Meat only falls on a vegan's plate. The giant wasp, enraged, calls our hero a brat. Then she challenges Wang Xiaofeng and says she'll see how long he can keep up the act. Our little bee states that he would rather die than surrender. Yue and the little moth approach, screaming for Wang Xiaofeng. Wang Xiaofeng asks if they are locked up there. Some nearby critters are surprised by their presence and wonder if it's a wasp. The Heracross confirms that it really is a wasp, and the other creatures comment on how rare it is to see a wasp there. Wang Xiaofeng asks the little moth who those creatures are. The little moth explains that they are all residents of the underground mine. Then she waves her arms, saying they're her friends she met there. The giant happy caterpillar introduces herself as Mao Mao. The Heracross, a little shy, introduces himself as Stinkbug. Wang Xiaofeng is surprised by the creatures' names, laughing. The moth says everyone there is very friendly, and Yue thanks them for taking care of them. Mao Mao says she's heard of the mud wasps and comments on their audacity in kidnapping wasps. Stinkbug agrees with Mao Mao and says that when the wasps arrive, the mud wasps will be finished. Our hero thinks to himself that he escaped secretly and that the other wasps don't know he's been captured. So he concludes that the other wasps probably won't come. He apologizes to the other creatures and says that he can't be of much help. Mao Mao consoles Wang Xiaofeng and says that everyone there is just venting because they have been locked up for a long time, and asks him not to take what they said seriously. But then, the kingpin of the insects arrives, saying out loud that it might not be impossible to lure the Wasp clan army there. The surrounding creatures are surprised by his presence. The dung beetle says that if they help Lord Wasp escape, all they have to do is take him back safely to the Celestial Island. Our protagonist is impressed by the size of the dung beetle and says it's even bigger than the queen bee mother. The little cockroach begs Lord Wasp to overthrow the mud wasp clan's rule and help them escape this suffering. Wang Xiaofeng despairs, saying he's too weak and can't do that. The dung beetle encourages him and says that they will protect him with their lives while he brings reinforcements, and that the mud wasp clan will surely be defeated. Our hero asks him to stop. He refuses, saying that even if he escapes, the mud wasp clan will not leave them alone, and questions whether the dung beetle could really do that. The moth calls out to Xiaofeng. Then our hero calls out to everyone. He is moved by the creature's plight and says they remind him of his past, so humble and hopeless. He recalls how he wished someone would help him back then. Then he makes up his mind. Wang Xiaofeng calls out to the dung beetle and asks what he should do. At the exit of the underground mine, two wasps talk about the arrival of a male wasp from outside. One of the wasps comments that the sisters will be blessed with the arrival of the male wasp. Meanwhile, the praying mantis sneaks through the mine. The dung beetle explains to our hero that this is the flower mantis, the only one with the strength to rival him on the star, and proposes a plan. He will go to the other side to distract the guards, while the flower mantis takes the chance to escape with Wang Xiaofeng. Our protagonist agrees to the dung beetle's plan. Wang Xiaofeng introduces himself to the flower mantis, asking her to take care of him. Then she turns and tells Wang Xiaofeng that the future of the underground mine insects depends on him. The dung beetle bids farewell to Wang Xiaofeng, asking them to be careful. Some wasps warn of a situation in the mine and ask the other insects to follow them. The flower mantis explains to our hero that there are 30 mud wasp guards at the exit and that the dung beetle managed to attract 15 of them. She confirms that she will take care of the other 15. The flower mantis warns Wang Xiaofeng that the mud wasps react quickly and that, if they sense something is wrong, they will surround them, so she asks him to follow her closely. Our hero agrees. Then she takes an impressive leap, launching herself at full speed upwards. Xiaofeng is extremely impressed. Two mud wasp guards observe our heroine's arrival. The guards, confused, wonder what that insect is doing there, ordering it to come down immediately. But with no time to lose, the flower mantis attacks the guards, who are startled by her speed. One wasp watches the fight and wonders what's going on there. The remaining guards realize that an insect is trying to escape and warn the other wasps. Then the praying mantis cuts everyone down with a fierce onslaught, the fallen guards commenting on her speed. And well, the other remaining guards better watch out. The flower mantis comes out pressing Q Master Yi style and landing several blows on the wasps. And to top it off, she humiliates them, walking slowly after wreaking havoc on the guards. Man, how that praying mantis got caught in this place, I don't know. The flower mantis asks our hero to accompany her. Wang Xiaofeng climbs with difficulty. Observing the flower mantis fighting the mud wasps, he comments on her strength. He asks the flower mantis why she isn't moving. Then she counts the defeated guards and says she's missing one. One wasp wonders why her stomach suddenly hurts. Then suddenly she finds the other wasps lying on the ground and wonders what happened. Look, sometimes it's good to take a shit while shit happens out there in the world, isn't it? She runs towards the alarm bell and, desperate, warns that it is an enemy attack. The flower mantis and Wang Xiaofeng watch the wasp ring the alarm bell. She laments, saying, "What a shame." A mud wasp enters the mine. She asks the creatures what is going on there and why it suddenly caught fire. The Heracross cries out desperately while throwing some cups of water. "Put out the fire! Put out the fire!" Mao Mao explains to the mud wasp that it was Stinkbug who accidentally set the shed on fire while cooking. Stinkbug apologizes to the mud wasp. A mud wasp curses our poor Heracross and threatens him, saying that if it happens again, she will kill him. Then she orders the others to leave. Mao Mao laments to the mud wasp that they are so miserable, while asking Stinkbug to think of a way to hold her back for a little longer. Then, the Heracross falls to the ground holding the guard's leg. He confirms to the mud wasp that all the grain that was supposed to have been delivered that year burned in the fire and asks her to defend them. The mud wasp curses him for his smell and threatens him. She says that if he doesn't pay his taxes, he will be food for the mud wasp larvae. Then, out of nowhere, the mud wasps watch in fear at the sound of the bell. A wasp warns the others that there is a situation at the underground exit and asks them to follow her back. Mao Mao tries to call the guards back, while Heracross asks them how they can be so cruel. Mao Mao apologizes to the dung beetle and says that they couldn't stop them. The dung beetle reassures them and says there's no need to blame him, that the bell is the ultimate alert signal, and that they wouldn't dare stay there. Stinkbug wonders what the maximum alert signal means. The beetle concludes that, if nothing unexpected happens, Lord Wasp and the flower mantis have already been discovered. Stinkbug laments, not believing what happened. The big guy apologizes to the other creatures and says that the secret escape plan failed, saying that he and the flower mantis will have to face the mud wasps head-on. Mao Mao is concerned about the plan and says that there are only 2 of them, while the mud wasp clan has at least 100 members, in addition to the insects that have allied with them. The dung beetle perks up and says that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, both for Lord Wasp, who has earned his trust, and for the sake of his descendants, so that they will never be enslaved. Our hero commits and says that even if it costs him his life, he will not hesitate. What a man! What a man, guys! The moth asks the dung beetle to wait a moment. The dung beetle asks what happened. She asks to go with him, saying that Wang Xiaofeng is her friend too, and she wants to help. The dung beetle thinks about it. He thanks the moth for the gesture, but says that with her lack of star power, she wouldn't be of much help. Mao Mao tries to stop the moth and explains that the dung beetle and the flower mantis are different from them, that they are stellar insect warriors capable of controlling star power. Stinkbug agrees and says that, although it is frustrating, they would only cause trouble for the dung beetle and the others if they went. The poor moth says she knows she is weak, a mere insect at the bottom of the food chain, and that a long time ago she was sent to the wasp clan as food because she could not pay taxes. The poor little creature cries, feeling wronged. She says that Wang Xiaofeng never looked down on him because of his position, and that despite being a noble wasp, He was willing to be friends with him, someone who was destined to be food and who is risking his life to help them. The moth asks the dung beetle if, because she is weak, she should just watch her friend die for her. Mao Mao praises the moth for her words. The Heracross, moved, says that Wang Xiaofeng is risking his life for them and that they cannot stand by and do nothing. Mao Mao and Stinkbug agree, saying they will go together, stating that they want to do what little they can. With that, all the insect slaves cheer up, one of them saying that the mud wasp gang isn't that scary and that he's going too. Another creature agrees and encourages them to show those despicable mud wasps what the lower class can do. Other creatures say they will go too. The dung beetle is surprised by the little moth's attitude and decides to go back on what he said before, calling her little moth and saying that she is a brave warrior. Then he asks for the help of the little moth and everyone else. The little moth agrees, touching the big guy's hand. What a beautiful scene, man. I'm going to cry. This is absolute cinema. Meanwhile, a horde of wasps marches through the underground mine passage. A mud wasp orders them to search the mine for Wang Xiaofeng and the flower mantis. The flower mantis holds Wang Xiaofeng in her arms as she hangs from the ceiling. And well, I think our hero is at peak testosterone. Flower, sister flower, says our hero, while the flower mantis puts Wang Xiaofeng to her breasts, asking him to be quiet. Then they finally land on the ground. She warns that reinforcements are coming and they need to hurry. She asks Wang Xiaofeng if he's okay. Wang Xiaofeng, dizzy, says he's fine. The flower mantis, as she runs, encourages Wang Xiaofeng, saying that they are almost at the end of the passage and that once they pass through there, they will be safe. Then they run towards the mine exit. But wait, it couldn't be that easy, could it? The giant wasp appears at the exit of the place and asks Wang Xiaofeng where he is going in such a hurry. She comments that he even has a stinky moth with star power with him. And well, the situation gets even worse. In an instant, an absurd amount of wasps appears in front of our heroes. The wasp states that from the moment the alarm bell rang, she knew that that bunch of stinky insects that live underground were up to something. She says that helping the little wasp escape and luring the wasp clan there to deal with them, using one enemy to defeat the other, was a very clever plan. She asks the flower mantis if it was the traitor dung beetle who came up with that idea. The flower mantis defends the dung beetle, saying that he is not a traitor. The giant wasp, enraged, curses the flower mantis and tells her to shut up. The praying mantis orders Wang Xiaofeng to move away, saying that she will deal with them. Wang Xiaofeng asks the flower mantis to be careful. Then, while she prepares for combat, well, let's just say not fair combat, our hero sneaks away behind her. And the combat begins. Place your bets in the comments, guys. The flower mantis unleashes several attacks, stomping and kicking the surrounding wasps. She spins her arms and attacks them with her blades. But then, the enemy team's tank arrives, delivering a powerful dash towards the poor mantis, ignoring her blows. She is startled that her attacks are having no effect and comments on its hard shell. And in the blink of an eye, the horned beetle catches up to her. The flower mantis cries out in pain as she is hit by the horned beetle's blow. The flower mantis recovers, resuming her fighting stance once more. Then he attacks the flower mantis as she dodges his blows. He becomes enraged and punches the ground, which cracks on impact. This makes her jump for a moment. Big mistake. The horned beetle grabs her by the leg and explodes her on the ground. The flower mantis is trampled by the horned beetle as she screams in pain. Our hero asks Sister Flower if she is okay. She, already weak, asks Wang Xiaofeng to run. As he spins his arms, our brave little bee challenges the horned beetle to a fight to the death. The giant wasp, surprised, wonders why the kick didn't hurt her, and comments that the star insect created by the dung beetle has some skill, but unfortunately for the flower mantis, she is facing a horned beetle about to break through to the second star. Then the giant wasp draws her huge stinger. She strikes and stops at our flower mantis's neck. She tells the praying mantis that she has already lost a few sisters to capture her. The giant wasp orders the other wasps to take her to the nursery so the babies can eat some fresh meat, and says a meal with star power is sure to produce stronger warriors. The wasps agree and prepare to take the flower mantis away. The horned beetle asks the giant wasp what they should do with Wang Xiaofeng. The giant wasp orders him to be restrained in a cage under strict supervision, and and complains that Wang Xiaofeng lives causing trouble and that after mating, they will get rid of him to avoid future problems. Our hero, crestfallen, laments that despite being a noble species, he is still doing poorly. Wang Xiaofeng cries, saying he's not cut out to be a hero. That's when one of the guards warns the other wasps that something bad is about to happen. The giant wasp asks what made her so nervous. The guard despairs and explains that the mob of peasants from the underground mine have revolted, that they have already broken through the passage and are coming up. The giant wasp, furious, asks if it's just that bunch of low-class trash. She asks who is leading the other insects. The guard concludes that it is the dung beetle, the traitor. Then, the goatee appears with the other insects, unleashing a powerful attack on the exit of the place, while the little moth flies, saying that she is there to help Wang Xiaofeng. Oh my god, this is better than the Avengers. The moth and the dung beetle order the other insects to attack. The giant wasp is surprised by the union of those insects, recalling that yesterday they were nothing but scattered sand, and wonders what the dung beetle did to them. The giant cockroach is also surprised by the dung beetle's attitude in having used only one wasp to unite those weak, starless ones. But he claims that no matter how determined they are, trash is still trash. The giant wasp says she will make them realize that resisting the mud wasp lord is the biggest mistake of their lives. Meanwhile, the dung beetle and the other insects advance. The giant wasp concludes that it's the worst decision they've ever made. The wasp leader orders her sisters to attack, saying that these insignificant insects are nothing to fear. The mud wasps agree with a war cry. Then the clash begins, insects everywhere fighting each other. This is what we wanted to see. One of the wasps encourages her sisters to capture the dung beetle alive, as it would be a great achievement. But hold on, this beetle is tough. The frontline wasps comment on his immense size. The dung beetle yells for them to get out of the way as he delivers a powerful blow that throws some insects away. He orders the stag beetle to release Wang Xiaofeng. The stag beetle asks the dung beetle if he finally dared to show up, calling him the former captain of the mud wasp guard. The dung beetle tells him to forget about the past and comments that his strength as current captain is still stuck at 1 star and says he can't level up just by capturing kids. Let's go, everyone! A big CGI fight is about to go down. The stag beetle, laughing, says that he finally pissed him off, releasing our worker bee and going into battle. He boasts and challenges him, saying that he will see if he still deserves the title of the strongest in the underground mine. The dung beetle yells for Wang Xiaofeng to run away. Wang Xiaofeng, terrified, runs while thanking the dung beetle. Our hero, taking advantage of the distraction caused by the dung beetle, asks his mantis sister to seize the chance and escape, but soon realizes she is seriously injured. She laments, saying it's her end. Our protagonist is shocked by the answer. She apologizes to Wang Xiaofeng and says that from now on, he will have to go alone. The flower mantis asks Wang Xiaofeng to move on. She laments, saying she is really useless and that she took responsibility for protecting them, but is now paralyzed and unable to move. She says that she lost her parents when she was young and grew up eating scraps from everyone in the underground mine. She regrets that they were forced to risk their lives hanging by a thread because of her carelessness and her oath to protect them. But our hero comforts her and says she did an amazing job. Wang Xiaofeng swears that he will protect everyone in the underground mine. Then the giant wasp appears and laughs at the insects and comments that the weaklings really like to huddle together. She orders Wang Xiaofeng and the others to come back with her quietly and threatens them, saying that if they don't, they shouldn't blame her for being ruthless. Meanwhile, the little moth and her sister fly towards the giant wasp at full speed, yelling for her not to hurt Wang Xiaofeng. Then, the two of them, with only one attack power, grab the giant wasp, covering her vision. The giant wasp gets irritated with the moth and curses her, asking how dare food challenge her. The brave moth becomes desperate and asks Wang Xiaofeng to run away. Our hero watches the actions of his little friends, moved. Then he takes flight, while the moth asks him not to worry about them and tells him to just focus on escaping. The giant wasp gets annoyed and orders them to get down from there and not touch her face. Now we go back to the big boys fight. The dung beetle asks the stag beetle what's wrong, as he delivers a powerful blow to his face. He asks if that's all the strength he has behind his competitive nature. The stag beetle asks the dung beetle if he has no sense of loyalty, since the mud wasp lord worked so hard for him to evolve to 2 stars. The stag beetle tries to hit the dung beetle, but soon, our monster stops him with a simple hand raise. The dung beetle asks what he knows about loyalty, since he secretly killed all of his relatives to turn him into a heartless killing machine, and if that showed any loyalty. The wretch says their sacrifice was necessary. He despairs and laments that the difference in strength between them is so great, even with just 1 star difference. And, well, Cristiano Ronaldo is his name. With a majestic volley, our hero throws the insect away. He tells the stag beetle that he is still stubborn and challenges him to a fight, saying that he will teach him a lesson on behalf of his family. The giant wasp notices Wang Xiaofeng's escape and orders the stag beetle to stop fighting and go after him. She despairs and implores them to catch him, otherwise they will all be doomed. The stag beetle, staggering, feels his body falling apart and wonders if that's the power of a 2-star insect. The giant wasp scolds him and asks if he is deaf, ordering him to go after Wang Xiaofeng. He gets up with difficulty and confirms the order. The stag beetle confirms the order and takes off. Then the dung beetle watches the loser flee. He gets irritated by his escape and asks where he thinks he's going. Our hero promises to do his best to catch up, but it couldn't be that easy, could it? The giant wasp appears stealthily, attacking him with her immense stinger and orders him to stay there. Then the battle of the highest star monsters begins. The dung beetle, irritated, complains about the wasp's sting and comments that his body is starting to go numb. The other wasps are surprised by the dung beetle's resistance to the poison and wonder how much longer he will last. They surround him and tell the other wasps to welcome the guest. The stag beetle heads towards our protagonist. Then, in the blink of an eye, he arrives flying close to our hero, cursing him and ordering him to stop now. Wang Xiaofeng is surprised at the speed with which the stag beetle caught up to him. The stag beetle threatens Wang Xiaofeng, saying that if he doesn't stop, he shouldn't blame him for being aggressive. Then, he tries to grab our protagonist, but Wang Xiaofeng quickly dodges, challenging him to try to catch him. Wang Xiaofeng, flying quickly in a zigzag, dodges the stag beetle's blows. The flower mantis watches our fleeing hero and prays that he can make it. Yue asks Wang Xiaofeng to hold on, while the moth asks the other insects to hold them back. Mao complains, saying she can't take it anymore, and asks the stink bug to help her, as she can't hold on any longer. The stink bug encourages her to hold on a little longer and says that the wasp lord will soon bring reinforcements to save them. Mao laments, wondering if they are going to die there. The stag beetle curses Wang Xiaofeng, saying he is hard to catch. Wang Xiaofeng, with almost no stamina left, tries to get rid of the stag beetle and wonders why he can't shake him off. But then a surge of motivation hits him. He says that everyone is already at their limit and they are still desperately resisting the mud wasps. Wang Xiaofeng wonders how he can stop there as his body begins to spark. And well, as we learned in Naruto, a fight like this couldn't go without a flashback, right? Wang Xiaofeng, still a child, comments that when he was a child, his dream was to become a hero. He, holding a doll, tells his father that when he grows up, he wants to be a hero like Eggman and destroy all the radiation monsters on Earth. Wang Xiaofeng's father encourages him, saying that if he studies hard and gets into a university on Star Wang, he will be able to pilot a mecha and fight monsters alongside Eggman. Our hero agrees. Later, he actually got into the Star Wang Academy of Mechanical Engineering. Wang Xiaofeng, excited, tells his parents that he has been accepted into the academy while showing his acceptance letter. He rejoices and says he can go to Star Wang and learn to pilot a mecha. Wang Xiaofeng's father celebrates, saying that he is his boy, that he made him proud. His mother says that that night they will have a big feast to celebrate. However, shortly before leaving, the city where he lived was attacked by monsters, and the interstellar transport system was completely paralyzed. Panicked citizens run through the streets as monsters invade the city. A terrified reporter reports that radiation monsters are invading the city en masse, causing a significant number of casualties. She advises residents residents to stay in underground shelters and avoid leaving their homes. His parents spent all their savings to secure him a spot on a military starship bound for Star Wong so that he could get to university on time. But Wang Xiaofeng refuses to go to Star Wong and says that he wants to stay on Earth. He tells his parents that they spent all their savings on him and asks how they are going to survive. Wang Xiaofeng's father scolds him, saying that he is an ungrateful brat and that it is none of his business to worry about him. Wang Xiaofeng's father asks if he always wanted to be a hero and orders him to go to Star Wang and learn real skills. The father orders him to take a small notepad and not come home until he has completed all the tasks written on it. Our hero, frightened by the reaction, confirms that he understands. Wang Xiaofeng, at a spaceport, says that at the time he didn't realize that his parents weren't thinking of him acquiring skills to return to Earth as a hero. His mother comments that it is a rare sunny day. His father agrees as a spaceship departs towards space, taking Wang Xiaofeng away from that hellhole that it had become. His parents wanted him to take that opportunity to leave Earth and never come back. Wang Xiaofeng says goodbye to his parents, who watch him from Earth. It seems they tried every way they could think of. Wang Xiaofeng, inside the ship, holding the notepad, says that he will see what his father wrote to him. Although the ideas seem ridiculous now, they really made him feel the love they had for him. But when he got there, the reality was quite different than expected. Our dejected hero feels very sad, with several people criticizing him. One of them comments that there are still humans on Earth. Another calls him a dwarf and curses him for being near him. Another comments that Wang Xiaofeng's race is primitive and short-lived, and tells them to forget about making friends with him, as he will be dead by the time they graduate. Life on Star Wang was difficult. His parents were his only motivation to continue. And well, I already cried a lot with this story. I think it's enough, right? Let's get back to the fight. Wang Xiaofeng cheers up and says that as this is not a time travel story, there must be a day when he will be reunited with his parents. Crying, he says that he has not yet repaid his parents, wondering how he could fall there. But wait, you are the protagonist, but not for long. The stag beetle appears next to our hero with extreme speed, preparing to deliver the biggest punch he has ever given in his life. And well, I don't think our hero will walk after this. As he falls, the stag beetle continues to chase him. Then, our hero recovers. Staggering, the stag beetle asks our hero to resist no more. He says that his defeat is inevitable, and threatens him if he doesn't want to end up like the commoners who were treated like trash. But the poor beetle is screwed, because our hero begins to remember the friends he made until he got there. Wang Xiaofeng laments, saying he promised to protect everyone. They are like he was in the past. Wang Xiaofeng shouts with determination that he will not let that happen. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaofeng's body begins to glow, emanating a powerful energy. Wang Xiaofeng, furious, says he can't let that happen. Our hero begins to emanate a powerful light in the heavens. The glow is so intense that it resembles the sun itself. The stag beetle watches Wang Xiaofeng and wonders if he has leveled up. He then scoffs, saying that even if he has advanced to 1 star, he will not be able to defeat him. But then, Wang Xiaofeng charges forward and yells at the stag beetle to get out of his way. The stag beetle wonders how that is possible and feels the dragon aura of the Star Dragon clan. The stag beetle, shocked, shouts that this is impossible. Then the beetle takes the most powerful punch he has ever taken in his life, making his face contort. Wang Xiaofeng, imbued with the dragon's aura, charges forward after the blow. The stag beetle falls unconscious. Several creatures are surprised by the blow. One of them asks them to look at the sky and warns them that it is the stag beetle. The flower mantis watches in disbelief at the defeated stag beetle and wonders if Wang Xiaofeng defeated him. The moth and her sister cheer, saying that Wang Xiaofeng is amazing and that it's a miracle. The mud wasps watch the scene in shock and wonder how that is possible. A giant wasp despairs and orders the others to chase after Wang Xiaofeng and not let him escape. The stink bug cheers, celebrating that our hero made it. He finally managed to get rid of the wasps. The other insects celebrate in the midst of battle. Then Mao Mao, who was almost giving up, orders everyone to stop the remaining wasps. In the sky, our hero watches what he just did. The information sheet shows our hero's current power level, disaster level, Native monster wasp, weight 3,000 tons. Wang Xiaofeng wonders what power just came out of him, but no time to think. Wang Xiaofeng is worried about the approaching mud wasps. As he flies, he says that the celestial island is just ahead and calls out to B Li, B Mang Mang, and B Man Man, asking them to come teach him quickly. On the outskirts of the celestial island residential area, B Li asks what the situation is and if they have found him. The other bees say they haven't found him. B Li wonders where he could have gone. B Mang Mang warns B Li that a group of mud wasps is flying towards Celestial Island. B Li is surprised by the news and wonders why this is happening at this time. B Li tells the others to get together and see what is going on. B Man Man asks about Wang Xiaofeng, questioning if they are no longer looking for him. B Li replies that he doesn't seem to be around and that they should stop looking for now. Meanwhile, our hero desperately runs for his life. The giant wasp orders them to capture him. Then finally, the giant wasp catches up to Wang Xiaofeng. Our hero crashes into the busty wasp's breasts. The giant wasp curses him for causing so much trouble for her. Wang Xiaofeng, angry, says he can't stop there. But lightning doesn't strike twice in the same place. Our hero wonders why the power isn't coming out. While being hanged, he decides to try again, saying that he is almost emotionally ready. The giant wasp asks what he is doing and tells him to stop messing around. But it is then that one of the wasps, frightened, alerts her sister that they are in trouble. She warns that they are surrounded by the good wasps. B Li asks if the leader of the mud wasps is among them. She observes her and questions why the male of the wasp clan is with them. The blonde, serious, asks for an explanation. The giant wasp says it's a misunderstanding, that they were just trying to entertain him. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaofeng pleads for help from B Li, saying that they kidnapped him and forced him to have children with them, and asks her to save him. The blonde wasp orders them to arrest them all and let the elders of the wasp clan sort it out. Then, the good wasps immobilize the mud wasps and order them to drop their weapons. The giant wasp watches in terror at the spears pointed at her. On the other side of the battle, the other creatures are being taken away by the wasps and lament that they have been completely wiped out, wondering if the yellow bee will come to save them. The stink beetle reassures Mao Mao, saying that surely the dung beetle will come, as he is a trustworthy insect. But in fact, not only was the dung beetle captured, but the flower mantis as well. Mao Mao laments being afraid and wonders if they will be fed to the larvae. The stink bug gets annoyed with her and reiterates that Wang Xiaofeng will come to save them. It is then that Yue spots something in the distance and asks her brother to look. The little moth asks what that is. Then Yue says that it is a group of wasps approaching. Wang Xiaofeng approaches the other creatures, who are being led into the tree, and warns them that he made them wait, but that he is back, and that Wang Xiaofeng brought the yellow wasp clan to save them. The creatures celebrate the arrival of Wang Xiaofeng and the Yellow Wasp clan. Our hero asks the moth and her sister if they are okay. He apologizes for being late, saying that they must have suffered. The moth replies that it was nothing, and that they knew Wang Xiaofeng would succeed. But then she asks our hero what is that thing stuck to his chest. He comments that he didn't even notice when it appeared. He tries to remove the thing stuck to his chest, without success, and comments that it is strange. Mao Mao screams in fright as the other creatures watch. Wang Xiaofeng asks Mao Mao what is wrong. Mao Mao, frightened, says, "It's that thing on his chest." She exclaims that it is the royal seal. The wasps watch in amazement at the royal seal on Wang Xiaofeng's chest. B Li says that now that the creature mentioned it, it really did look like it. Our hero, not understanding anything, asks what the hell this royal seal is. The moth explains that, according to legend, a monster with royal qualities, once recognized by the will of the universe, will have the royal seal appear on its chest. A golden drone with a bright mark on its chest floats in space, illuminated by an intense light. And a monster with the royal seal can not only protect their people, but also obtains unique abilities granted by the will of the universe. Wang Xiaofeng asks if he really is that powerful. The little moth affirms, with conviction, that there is no doubt. Then, our hero remembers when his chest felt warm during the fight against the stag beetle, and that crazy thing happened. The moth deduces that he must have used the power of the royal seal to defeat the stag beetle. Wang Xiaofeng agrees and thinks of the queen bee, who is also the leader of the wasp clan, and wonders if she has something similar on her chest. Then our little worker bee says that in the world of wasps, only female wasps can become queen, and that it is strange that a male wasp like him has the royal seal. Thoughtful, the moth agrees with his statement. Then, Bee Li asks for calm and says that the queen bee is worried about Wang Xiaofeng, asking him to come back. The blonde wasp says that they haven't settled their score yet and reminds Wang Xiaofeng that she told him not to run around and wait until she dealt with him. Then, after this long adventure, flying home, the blonde wasp invites everyone to visit her when they have time. Mao Mao, licking her lips, asks the stink beetle if that thing on the yellow bee's chest is really the royal seal. And well, the beetle's only response to her was to make that disapproving face. Then, finally, the dung beetle and the mantis arrive after being released. He asks where Wang Xiaofeng is and says he needs to thank him personally. Mao Mao tells him that he just left with his sisters. Mao Mao asks the dung beetle what he thinks of them having their own king in the underground mining area. The dung beetle then asks her in surprise, "A king?" Mao Mao confirms and says that not like the mud wasps, but a real king with the royal seal. The stink beetle freaks out at Mao Mao's excitement and says her expression is scary. Now, in the queen bee's chamber, the queen orders Wang Xiaofeng to eat slowly and says that he has suffered a lot out there and that he cannot run away again. Then our little worker bee confirms the queen mother's order as he eats that delicious fruit. Well, I don't know what that is. Bee Li asks the queen bee if that mark on Wang Xiaofeng's chest is really the royal seal. The queen bee confirms, then Bee Li says that he is a male wasp and asks how he can be a king. The queen, with a smile on her face, says that Wang Xiaofeng has an extraordinary talent and has been blessed by the will of the universe. Wang Xiaofeng asks the queen bee if he can ask a question. He asks if the insects in the underground mining area, who are so pitiful and constantly bullied by the mud wasps, can take over the mining area. The queen bee then reminds him that when Celestial Island was established, the brutal mud wasp was rewarded with the title of King of the Underground Mining Area for resisting the dragon beast, and that, since the wasp clans do not interfere in each other's affairs, they could only pretend they did not see what was happening in the underground mining area. If the mud wasps hadn't messed up this time, the yellow wasp clan would have to face judgment for recklessly mobilizing troops in the underground mining area. Now that they are about to face judgment by the Council of Elders of the Wasp clan, the matter of who owns the underground mining area will have to be decided through negotiation between the clan elders. She explains that not even the Queen Mother can decide to take possession on her own. Wang Xiaofeng thinks to himself that if he had the royal seal, if he could use its power, maybe he could protect them. The queen bee, happy, says that Wang Xiaofeng is such a kind child. She advises him, saying that since he has recently transformed, he needs to grow up safely in the hive, and that it is too early for him to protect others. Then he accepts the queen bee's advice. But it is then that a worker wasp warns the queen bee about the presence of two mud wasp warriors outside the hive requesting an audience. The queen bee asks in surprise, "Mud wasp warriors?" Outside the hive, the dung beetle and the flower mantis introduce themselves to the queen bee. Our hero is excited to see them. The queen bee asks the reason for the mud wasp clan's visit. The dung beetle says that the two of them represent all the insect beasts of the underground mining area, and that they have come to pledge their allegiance. The blonde wasp and the queen bee look at each other. He says they humbly request that Lord Wang Xiaofeng lead the people of the mining area, and that they are willing to defend his honor with their lives. Wang Xiaofeng is surprised. He asks how they can pledge their allegiance to him, since they are all comrades who have shared hardships. The dung beetle explains that this is the unanimous wish of the residents of the underground mining area. Wang Xiaofeng shyly apologizes, saying that he is not ready yet, as he needs to learn to control his power and needs time. The queen interrupts him, saying that Wang Xiaofeng has already given his answer and that they should leave. The dung beetle apologizes and acknowledges that they were hasty. Now, in the underground mining area, Mao Mao comments that, from what Wang Xiaofeng said, it didn't sound like a refusal, but not exactly an acceptance either. The stink beetle asks if he thinks they are good enough, then the moth reassures him, saying that Wang Xiaofeng is not not that kind of insect, Mao Mao laments, saying that it is not easy to get the Yellow Wasp clan to take over the underground mining area. She thinks to herself that since Plan A failed, Mao Mao says they'll have to go with Plan B. Yue asks what Plan B is. Mao Mao replies that as the most beautiful insect in the mining area, if she uses a little charm, she asks them if that wouldn't make the yellow bee fall into her hand. She says it's the most foolproof plan of all. With that, disappointment weighs heavily on everyone in that place. Mao Mao questions the other creatures as to why they are not saying anything. Then the other creatures ignore her as Mao Mao kicks her feet in the background. The moth suggests they go back and ask Wang Xiaofeng directly. The dung beetle agrees and says that guessing won't help. Now, in the Dragon King's chamber, Wang Xiaofeng floats unconscious inside the viscous liquid. He then opens his eyes. But when he realizes that he is submerged in the liquid, he begins to thrash about so as not to drown. Wang Xiaofeng then realizes that he can breathe normally and, looking at his arm, rejoices that it has been regenerated. Then he turns his head a little and realizes that there is something colossal behind him. Wang Xiaofeng screams, and desperate, he tries to swim away from the Dragon King. Then he finally gets out of that crazy liquid. He wonders if the monster didn't chase him because it was seriously injured. Wang Xiaofeng celebrates being alive one more day in that body, and putting on his clothes, looks at the pool of water and says that it must be for the monster to restore its flesh, and is impressed by the regeneration. Our hero shows off his new arm and says that the water not only helped him regenerate his arm, but that he feels his entire body has been strengthened. But he comments that the print on his arm is a little scary. Wang Xiaofeng, with a mischievous look on his face, wonders if he has been strengthened. Then our hero looks around to see if anyone is there, and the little devil starts admiring his potentially strengthened goose. It is then that Wang Xiaofeng hears a strange noise and wonders what it is. He observes a giant blue monster devouring pieces of meat in a cave. Wang Xiaofeng, frightened, comments on the size of the creature. Then he decides that for now, it is safer to stay inside the cave. Half an hour later, the giant blue monster yawns. Our hero is startled by the shaking of the place and wonders if it is an earthquake. Then, the monster lies down on the ground near the meat and sleeps. Wang Xiaofeng decides it's time to escape, but he looks at the monster's meat and comments that it smells very good. He says he hasn't eaten in a long time. Boy, one of the most valuable things I learned playing Dark Souls is don't be greedy. Just a tip. Wang Xiaofeng says the food is too high up. He laments not having a ladder. He looks at the hanging meat and wonders how he can get it. It is then that he observes the monster drooling with some pieces of meat running out of its mouth. And well, the world of dragons is so immensely large that just a small piece of leftover meat is bigger than the protagonist himself. It is then that a piece of meat falls to the ground. Wang Xiaofeng celebrates, saying, "Woohoo! Time to feast!" He picks up a piece of meat and enjoys it. He comments on the taste and says it is so fragrant and tender that he can't stop eating. A few moments later, our hero with a pregnant belly says he is full. But then out of nowhere, Xiaofeng feels a sharp pain. He feels his stomach burning and comments that it is as if all the energy in his body is boiling. He fears that he will explode. It is then that a few drops of blood begin to run from his nose. Warning: the meat of the 5-star disaster level. Volcanic bull is rich in energy substances. Please do not overeat. Now, back in the hive, Wang Xiaofeng is awakened by a worker wasp, told to hurry up and get to class. At the Sky Island Bee Academy, Wang Xiaofeng watches several bees gathered in rows. The instructor warns the students that as worker bees, the most important skill is combat. Wang Xiaofeng observes the number of bees and wonders if he will participate in classes there. Bee Li explains to Wang Xiaofeng that the worker bees are receiving basic education and that, as for Wang Xiaofeng, she will teach him personally. Bee Mang Mang warns our hero to watch out for Bee Li, as she is a tough trainer, and that, because of what happened the day before, she is in a bad mood. Wang Xiaofeng, scared, questions Bee Mang Mang about the last part of the the sentence. B. Li, irritated, asks Wang Xiaofeng why he is still standing there and threatens him. Our poor little bee, terrified, tries to dodge B. Li's attack. B. Li, irritated with Wang Xiaofeng, attacks him with her spear and tells him to focus. One of the bees who was there is surprised to see Wang Xiaofeng training and says that there is a little male bee fighting with Sister Feng Li. The little bees praise the little male bee, saying that he is very cool. Bee Mang Mang is impressed by Wang Xiaofeng's moves and asks if he is really that strong, since he is dodging all of Feng Li's attacks. Bee Man Man agrees and comments that it is amazing, asking if this isn't Wang Xiaofeng's first training session since he emerged. Then they start cheering for our hero. Wang Xiaofeng wonders why it is so hectic around there. Then our hero delivers his first attack on Bi Li, who deflects it with extreme ease. Bi Li asks if he still has the strength to counterattack and questions if that means he hasn't reached his limit yet. Bi Li, smiling, challenges Wang Xiaofeng, telling him to show her everything he's got. Our hero is surprised by Bi Li's sudden attack. Bi Li increases the speed of the attack, and well, obviously Wang Xiaofeng is finally hit. Bi Li praises Wang Xiaofeng's agility and good judgment, saying that she is truly impressed. The worker bees praise Wang Xiaofeng, saying that he is amazing and that Sister Feng Li praised him. Wang Xiaofeng thanks them shyly, but says he still has a long way to go. He recalls his enhanced skills at martial arts school and says that actually gave him a helping hand there. The blonde wasp announces the end of the first stage of the course and prepares for the second stage. Wang Xiaofeng wonders what the next challenge will be. In the outer city of Celestial Island, Bi Li comments to the other wasps that it has been a few days since the last cleanup and that the dragon beasts are back. Then, our hero deduces that these must be the planet's dragon beasts. Two-horned dragons graze in the forest. Disaster level, cosmic monster, horned dragon beast. Weight, 18,000 tons. And after living a long story with dragons, he comments, "So that's how big insects are on this planet." Bi Li, watching the horned dragons, decides to use them as material for the second stage of the course. Wang Xiaofeng is astonished. Bi Li asks Bi Mang Mang and Bi Man Man to do a demonstration for Wang Xiaofeng. They agree, saying that they will take care of it. Our protagonist shows concern, asking if they will be all right, as those dragon beasts look powerful. Bi Li reassures him, telling him to pay attention. Bi Mang Mang and Bi Man Man fly towards the horned dragon, ready to attack. Then they are enveloped in a bright glow, and out of nowhere, weapons appear in their hands. The bees, now in their most powerful forms, stare at the horned dragons. Then Bi Man Man attacks the horned dragon with her spear. The horned dragon, feeling something on its back, roars. Then the horned dragon fires its horns at high speed towards the purple-haired bee. Bi Mang Mang swings her scythe and returns the attack to the beast. Man, poor thing. The little dragon just wanted to graze a little. Wang Xiaofeng watches in admiration and wonders what that was. Bi Li explains that this is the star armor and that the cultivation limit of the Zerg warrior himself is 3 stars, however. By pledging allegiance to a sovereign king, the Zerg warriors can quickly gain star power through a connection with the Zerg king, transforming their forms and easily wielding a strength that surpasses their own limits. She adds that this is why Zerg warriors must pledge allegiance to the Zerg king. Wang Xiaofeng comments that it seems like the ancient generals who needed to pledge allegiance to their lord in order to receive troops and supplies to make full use of their strength. Bi Li tells our hero that the standard for passing as a worker bee in 2 weeks is to master his star armor, and that the second stage of training is to master the star armor in 3 days and defeat a 1-star dragon beast, Wang Xiaofeng exclaims, saying that Sister Bi Li is a demon. 1 month later, on Celestial Island, a fierce battle shakes the ground and fells some local trees. Now, a little more trained, our hero is a 1-star wasp beast. He possesses the following stats and powers: royal techniques, space manipulation, weak, king's wealth, weak. The space manipulation power gives him the ability to switch positions with any object within his perception range. King's wealth, which allows him to use the abilities of any of his subjects. Wang Xiaofeng celebrates celebrates finally having the ability to protect others, stating that he will never be a burden to anyone again. But hold on, not everything is so easy. He falls to the ground and laments, commenting that the star armor only lasts for about 5 minutes. He says that due to lack of energy, the drawbacks are still very obvious. B Mang Mang and B Man Man praise Wang Xiaofeng's performance. They acknowledge that mastering the star armor and royal techniques in just a month is very impressive, with one B calling him a genius. Then, B Li announces that the training ends there and asks our hero to go with her to the palace, as the B tribe's council of elders will meet that day, and the other clan leaders want to meet him. He wonders if she is talking about the other leaders of the B tribe. Now, in the palace meeting hall, the Queen Bee apologizes for making everyone wait, while the guard bees and other leaders wait in the room. The Queen Bee asks Wang Xiaofeng to greet the clan leaders. So, our hero introduces himself to the other bees. Oh my goodness. Every day that passes, my desire to buy a doll of this little worker bee only grows. One of the leaders is delighted with Wang Xiaofeng, saying that he is so cute. Another bee asks if he is the legendary male bee with the royal seal. The bees whisper among themselves, commenting on how cute Wang Xiaofeng is and how they want to have the best babies with him. Another bee laughs and asks the others if they are scaring Wang Xiaofeng. Meanwhile, supreme embarrassment invades the mind of our protagonist. Look, I would be having a field day in his situation. Then, a wasp approaches and announces that the queen bee is arriving. The imposing bee, with red hair and gold and black armor, appears in the meeting room. Disaster level, 5 stars. Native monster, bumblebee queen. Weight, 27.500 tons. The queen bee introduces Wang Xiaofeng to the bumblebee queen, saying that she is from another important branch of the bee clan. Then the little wasp, who accompanied the queen, introduces herself to Wang Xiaofeng and greets him. She says that she has heard a lot about him. Our hero greets Princess Vivi, who wonders why that name sounds so familiar. The other bees comment that Wang Xiaofeng is very polite and remind her that she is quite powerful as well. The wasp queen says that she is the fastest learner of star armor among the younger generation and that she is very talented. She then introduces Princess Vivi to Wang Xiaofeng, saying it's her first time in that place, and suggests that he show her around. Our hero suggests that they play in the garden, as there are many beautiful flowers there. Princess Vivi agrees to the idea. Suddenly, the wasp queen feels sick. The queen mother asks if her old wound is hurting again, and the bumblebee queen confirms, saying it is an old problem she is used to. The queen mother looks worriedly at the blood on her hand. She laments, saying she hopes Vivi becomes a qualified successor before she falls, and thinks about how much time Vivi has. Now, in the palace judgment hall, the Mud Wasp Lord kneels before the queens. The queen informs the Mud Wasp clan leader that the ancient bee clan has discussed their actions, and the Wasp Queen states that the punishment for the Mud Wasp clan has already been decided. The Mud Wasp Lord defends herself, saying that she was momentarily overcome by greed and begs the majesties to show mercy. The Wasp Queen informs the Mud Wasp Lord that the Mud Wasp clan has committed an unforgivable crime, and that from that day forward, the Mud Wasp clan will be permanently banished from Celestial Island. The Queen Bee and the Bumblebee Queen confirm the sentence. The Mud Wasp Lord laments and questions if simply kidnapping a male wasp is really such a serious crime. The queens reprimand the Mud Wasp Lord, calling her a foolish insolent, and inform her that the kidnapped is the future third king of Celestial Island. The Mud Wasp Lord, surprised, wonders if that little male is the new king. She thrashes about as the guards hold her hands, lamenting that it can't be and that there must be some mistake. She questions how a male wasp can be king. Now, in the back garden of the palace, the princess comments on the amount of beautiful flowers. Then, our clever little bee wastes no time, approaches her, and offers her a flower. She asks Wang Xiaofeng if he is trying to declare himself to her. Wang Xiaofeng, completely ignoring her question, swallows the flower and says that it is a red flower, suggesting that she try it because it is delicious. Vivi asks if he is treating her like a fool and questions if he is playing hard to get. Our hero says it's troublesome to persuade children and wonders why Vivi seems nervous. Then Vivi suggests that they play hide and seek. She thinks to herself that, after all, he is just a child and likes childish games. But in truth, our hero's dissatisfied face is notable. But that's when our dear Moth arrives at the scene. The guards watch from atop the wall and comment that the day is the day of the Bee Tribe's Council of Elders meeting, and that strangers are not allowed in the palace. The Moth says that she just wants to see Wang Xiaofeng for a bit. The dung beetle asks if they can help them send a message to Wang Xiaofeng. Our hero from atop the wall watches everything, saying it's for the little Moth and the others. Princess Vivi asks if he knows those creatures. Wang Xiaofeng apologizes to Vivi, asking permission to speak with his friends. Vivi, with a smile on her face, allows it. Wang Xiaofeng says goodbye to Vivi and promises to be back soon. Vivi, thoughtful, comments that Wang Xiaofeng left the royal heir behind to greet some commoners and calls him a strange guy. Strange is you, girl. He's simply talking to a damn red beetle and the nicest moth on the planet. Who are you in the breadline, my dear? Bee Lee and the queen watch the other wasps from above. Then, our hero appears and calls for the queen. Wang Xiaofeng says that he has come to say goodbye to the queen bee. The queen is surprised. She wonders why Wang Xiaofeng called her Your Majesty and talked about leaving. Wang Xiaofeng tells her that he wants to leave that place and establish his own territory. The queen, surprised, asks if he is sure of his decision. Our hero then confirms. The queen holds Wang Xiaofeng in the air and comments that he is a kind child and that the queen bee likes that about him. The queen then tells Wang Xiaofeng that she knows he has always wanted to help his friends, but that he is destined not to belong there, and that now that he can control the king's power, he is ready to go his own way. The queen bids farewell to Wang Xiaofeng, asking him to go, saying that this will always be his home, and inviting him to visit when he misses her. Wang Xiaofeng, crying, hugs her. Then, the dung beetle and the flower mantis appear from the skies. They call him king and say they have come to escort him. The queen says goodbye to Wang Xiaofeng, asking him to take care from then on. Wang Xiaofeng promises that he will take care as he calls her Mother Bee Queen. Our hero says goodbye to Mother Bee Queen, promising to visit her often. Then, the bees watch our little bee depart. The queen remarks to Bee Lee that it was the first time she really felt what it's like to be a mother. Bee Lee agrees, saying that she is already their mother. Then, the queen asks Bee Lee for a favor. She responds by saying that a queen's command cannot be refused. The bumblebee queen, curious, asks Vivi what she is thinking. Vivi replies that she is not thinking about anything. Then she watches Wang Xiaofeng move away and says that he really likes to show off. Wang Xiaofeng, alongside the dung beetle and the flower mantis, announces that the bee clan leaders have agreed to give him the underground mining area. Princess Vivi, hidden, observes the conversation. Wang Xiaofeng comments that the place is very arid and not suitable for living, and asks for help to build a new city outside the territory of Celestial Island. The dung beetle is surprised by our hero's comment. The praying mantis asks, "In the dragon beast's habitat?" Wang Xiaofeng perks up and says that he has fought countless times with the dragon beasts in the last month, saying that with the king's power they are not unbeatable and that they will no longer be prey. He asks for the help of the flower mantis and the dung beetle to achieve his goal. The flower mantis and the dung beetle kneel before Wang Xiaofeng, swearing loyalty. Princess Vivi watches hidden behind a tree and thanks Wang Xiaofeng. As she flies, she thinks to herself that he is just a child, but speaks like a great man. Vivi predicts that Wang Xiaofeng will end up in the mouth of the dragon beast sooner or later. Now, in a faraway place, little aphids cry for help. A creature warns them to run as the dragon beast is there again. The creature flies, roaring and destroying houses. Two smaller creatures watch in shock as the dragon beast steps on and stops right in front of them. The dragon roars, preparing to swallow them as the small creatures tremble in fear. But wait, our heroes don't wear capes. They are a bunch of varied and colorful insects. The dung beetle, Wang Xiaofeng, and the praying mantis fly above the dragon beasts. Then they advance towards the dragon beast. Wang Xiaofeng shouts for the beast to stop, saying that he will not let it harm his people. Then, our hero begins to emit an insane glow resembling the sun. The dragon beasts watch in shock at such brightness. Surely an extremely powerful blow must come out of that, right? No, that was just a superhero landing. Wang Xiaofeng watches and warns the dung beetle, saying, "Toucan, your opponent is here. Star armor weapon. Praying mantis ability, blade. Star armor weapon. Dung beetle ability, giant strength, resistant armor." Wang Xiaofeng watches and orders the dragon beast to release the aphids. He challenges the beast, saying, "If you have the courage, come and get us." The tusked dragons fly towards them. The dung beetle prepares to fight the tusked dragon. Then, he holds the beast's attack with his bare hands, absorbing the impact as he grabs its beak. The dung beetle, holding the dragon's beak, throws it at each other. Then, he calls for the flower mantis to finish the attack. The flower mantis attacks the tusked dragons, who fall immobilized. This is the dream team we were talking about, folks. The flower mantis runs at high speed. She brakes slowly and observes the danger ahead. The aphids scream for help as the huge dragon falls on top of them. The flower mantis is startled. Then, Wang Xiaofeng appears and says to leave it to him. Our hero transforms and uses his star armor weapon in dung beetle mode. He uses his spatial control power to save the aphids, who are being attacked by a tusked dragon. The creatures are surprised by the change of positions. Wang Xiaofeng prepares to face the tusked dragon, activating his giant strength. Then, he grabs the beast with his unusual strength. Wang Xiaofeng asks the aphids if they are okay. The aphids, relieved, thank the insect king. Now, in the underground mine aphid village, one of the creatures tells the residents that it was the insect king who saved them. The aphids wonder if the insect king has come to reclaim that decadent area. Wang Xiaofeng explains that he is not, and that he is there to take them. He says that he is there to open a safer residential area for everyone. The aphids celebrate, saying it's great because they won't have to worry about the dragon beast anymore. Then we go back in time, more specifically to the planning of our hero's headquarters. A few days earlier, at the underground mine temporary command post, Wang Xiaofeng says that for the past few days, they have been examining the surface area around Celestial Island. So he shows a map and explains that the terrain there is flat, food is abundant, and there is a small lake. He concludes that it is the most suitable place to live near Celestial Island. He mentions that the area around the lake is surrounded by a dense forest, and there are signs of dragon activity. He warns that if they want to investigate further, it will be extremely risky and time-consuming. The dung beetle suggests that her tribe might be able to help with the investigation. Wang Xiaofeng asks what tribe she is referring to, and the flower mantis replies that he will know when the time is right. Shortly after, our hero complains about the bad smell of the place and asks why they are there. The dung beetle explains that it is the feces of a young dragon beast, something her tribe adores. Our hero, just like us, understands absolutely nothing this crazy beetle is talking about. The dung beetle announces that the creatures have arrived. A swarm of flies approaches, excited, saying, "Woohoo! Delicious food!" Disaster level, none. Native monster. Fly beast. Weight, 50 tons. The flies feed on the feces while Wang Xiaofeng, disgusted, throws up. The leader of the flies greets the dung beetle and asks if she needs anything. The dung beetle introduces herself to the leader of the flies and informs him that her king has a request. The leader of the flies, surprised, remarks that a wasp with the royal seal must be impressive. Then, the leader of the flies licks his hand and tries to greet our little wasp. Wang Xiaofeng introduces himself to the leader of the flies timidly. With his hand covered in spit, the leader of the flies says it is an honor to work for Lord Wasp. He boasts, saying that just by tasting a bit of someone's feces, he can discover their gender, race, age, strength, if they have children, and what they have eaten in the last 2 days, all with perfect accuracy. Wang Xiaofeng, shocked, listens to the fly leader's explanation. Then, our hero cuts the fly's rambling short and asks for his help, requesting that he investigate the dragon beasts around the eastern lake. The leader of the flies is interested in the request and asks if he is planning to take over the eastern lake territory. Wang Xiaofeng confirms and says he wants to establish an insect tribe settlement at Eastern Lake. The leader of the flies accepts the request and calls his subordinates. He orders his subordinates to follow him to investigate the dragon beasts near Eastern Lake. The flies gather and prepare for the investigation. The dung beetle, Wang Xiaofeng and the little moth watch the fly leader and the others leave. Our protagonist washes his hands in the lake. He smells his hand and comments that it still seems to smell. Mao Mao and the stinky beetle approach Wang Xiaofeng. She says she has heard that he is going to establish a new insect tribe settlement and that they have all come to help. Wang Xiaofeng is surprised by the presence of his friends. Mao Mao says that the insect beasts have formed a team of almost 1,000 insects to face the dragon beasts at Eastern Lake, and that there will be no problem at all. Our hero watches, dumbfounded, at the number of insects gathered. Behind Wang Xiaofeng, an insect carrying a baby also comes forward to help him. The other insects are delighted with the baby and comment on how cute it is. Then a ladybug and some other insects appear and say they want to fight the dragon beast alongside Wang Xiaofeng. Then our hero turns and asks what the insect behind him was holding. The ant, holding kitchen utensils, explains that they are his cooking tools and says he can use them to crush the dragon beast. Wang Xiaofeng is embarrassed and stops him, warning that the group is just cannon fodder for the dragon beasts. Wang Xiaofeng adds that they cannot be led. But wait, because the Powerpuff Girls enter the game to save the day. B Lee, B Mang Mang, and B Man Man approach Wang Xiaofeng and introduce themselves. Wang Xiaofeng asks what they are doing there. B Lee explains that they are there under the orders of the Queen Bee to protect him. And what protection? Right after she says that, the Wasp Tribe's 5th Squadron appears before Wang Xiaofeng. B Lee says that the squadron will be under Wang Xiaofeng's command. My goodness, what a team, my friends. What a team. Bring it on, Dragon King. Shortly after, the brief training of Wang Xiaofeng's insect companions begins. The dung beetle, with his arms tied, asks them to pull him and give it their all. The insects try, but it's not even enough to make him take a single step. Then, the Ronnie Coleman of insects begins a turning movement. And it's a strike. Half a second later, all the insects fly away. Poor things. F in the chat. But the dung beetle doesn't care. He gives everyone a hard time, saying that the dragon beast's power is not limited to his alone. He yells at them to get up and keep fighting. B Lee, observing everything, praises the progress of all the warriors. Our hero shouts excitedly, saying that they are all improving a lot. She explains to Wang Xiaofeng that the task of establishing a new home should be entirely done by them, the Wasp Tribe. But why did she have to say that? The praying mantis rebels against B Lee's words and says that the Wasp Tribe is certainly strong, but that the other insect tribes are also striving for their future. B Lee retorts by saying that if effort were important, what good would talent be? Then, the praying mantis gets closer and says that even without the Wasp Tribe, they can create a new home with their own strength. B Lee and the flower mantis glare at each other, while Wang Xiaofeng tries to defuse the situation, saying that they are all comrades and asking them to stop fighting. The praying mantis says it's none of his business. B Lee scolds him, telling him to stay out of it. The praying mantis tells them not to underestimate them. B Lee says that only the weak like to pretend they are strong. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaofeng sneaks away, terrified. He thinks to himself that angry females are terrifying and that it is better not to provoke them. Now, in the underground mine temporary meeting hall, the fly leader explains that there are many dragon beasts in the Eastern Lake area, with the Tyrannosaurus tribe being the strongest. They have almost 20 beasts, and most of them are at a 1-star disaster level. The leader of the Tyrannosaurus tribe is a 3-star dragon beast that has developed strong auxiliary arms, becoming the true king of the Eastern Lake area, and that their power is feared even among the dragon beasts. Then, our hero tells everyone that this is the situation and that he will announce the battle plan. So, the plan begins. First, they will investigate the daily movement routes of the Tyrannosaurus tribe. Then, everyone must find a suitable ambush spot, and the mine insect tribe will lie in wait on both sides. Then, the fly leader explains the second part of the plan, which is to use ropes to trap the 1-star dragon beasts at the end of the line, splitting the group in two. The insects tie a rope to the foot of one of the tyrannosaurs, which falls, unbalanced. The other tyrannosaurs make fun of the one that fell, calling it stupid. Look, I would do the same. The fly leader, observing the tyrannosaurs caught in the rope, explains that just like in training, the Mine Tribe uses ropes to keep the one-star tyrannosaurs in place. One of the tyrannosaurs wonders where that rope came from. Then, the strongest wasps will eliminate the tyrannosaurs one by one. So here is the last part of the plan. Use the numerical advantage to quickly eliminate all the one-star dragon beasts. A tyrannosaurus watches, confused, as a bright light forms in the sky. B. Lee, now in her star armor, prepares for the attack, positioning her spear and shield. As for the leader of the tyrannosaurs, the dung beetle and Fengli will prevent him from helping the others. A 3-star tyrannosaurus, with red armor, charges forward to attack our hero. He comments that it's just a few insects getting ideas. 2 tyrannosaurs are hit by an energy attack from the flower mantis, which is moving at high speed. The flower mantis stops abruptly while the other beasts watch in despair. Wang Xiaofeng wonders why the Tyrannosaurus is not falling. The praying mantis explains to Wang Xiaofeng that the wound is superficial and that he is relying too much on his own strength. She advises him to use weight and inertia to his advantage. Our hero thinks to himself that the king's wealth only allows him to acquire the abilities of his companions. To fully unleash their power, he needs to hone his own qualities and techniques. B. Mang Mang and B. Man Man approach Wang Xiaofeng. B. Mang Mang celebrates the success of the plan, saying that everything went exactly as he planned. But there is no time to lose. Our protagonist suggests that they go help the dung beetle and Fengli. The 3-star Tyrannosaurus advances towards the dung beetle. The dung beetle positions himself for the attack. He recognizes the strength of the Tyrannosaurus, calling it strong red treasure. The 3-star Tyrannosaurus roars in front of our team's tank. Then, the dung beetle is brutally hit by a ferocious attack from the beast. But don't worry, he manages to minimize the damage with ease and comments that the beetle is too slow. B. Lee advances towards the 3-star Tyrannosaurus and attacks it with her spear. The Tyrannosaurus blocks B. Lee's attack without difficulty. He mocks the wasp tribe, claiming they are not as strong as the rumors say. Then, he continues to mock the wasp tribe as he advances to attack B. Lee. He recalls the rumors that the wasp tribe was a terrifying race, where everyone was 5 stars. B. Lee struggles to hold the shield against his attack and exclaims, "Damn it!" The Tyrannosaurus, laughing, asks B. Lee if her star power has run out. But then our hero arrives in full force. The dung beetle lands a powerful punch on the crazy dinosaur's snout, but the Tyrannosaurus recovers quickly and says that the blow was only superficial. The battle reaches its climax. B. Lee and the flower mantis encourage the dung beetle, telling him to hold on and that they are coming to help him. The 3-star Tyrannosaurus ignores the arrival of B. Lee and the flower mantis, calling them little chicks, as he unleashes a powerful iron tail attack on both of them. B. Lee, B. Mang Mang, and the praying mantis try to recover, dazed. The dung beetle warns Wang Xiaofeng that he is still no match for the Tyrannosaurus. B. Lee orders him to retreat quickly. Wang Xiaofeng, confused, is left without knowing what to do. The beast tells them not to worry, as he will deal with the 2 of them, and only then will it be our hero's turn. Wang Xiaofeng watches and thinks that even together, they cannot defeat the enemy. He concludes that if the fight continues like this, they will surely lose. Our hero analyzes the attack, defense, range, speed, and star power stats of the dung beetle and B. Lee in detailed graphs. He concludes that the dung beetle is a tank warrior, suitable for frontal combat, while Fengli is a balanced type with no obvious weaknesses. The problem, according to him, is that they have no coordination. Wang Xiaofeng analyzes the stats of the flower mantis, B. Manman, and B. Mang Mang, represented in similar graphs. He says that if he adds the flower mantis, who excels at speed attacks, B. Man Man for long-range support, and B. Mang Mang, who is good at surprise attacks, the situation will improve if they all work together. Then, our hero, with a determined look, claims to know how to defeat the Tyrannosaurus. B. Lee, B. Mang Mang, and B. Man Man look at Wang Xiaofeng, surprised by his statement. Wang Xiaofeng states that they need to collaborate, building on their strengths. The dung beetle asks, "Collaborate?" Wang Xiaofeng explains that each of them has a unique ability, and that if they combine their strengths as a team, Meanwhile, he transforms, activating dung beetle mode. He believes that together they will be invincible. Bi Li, Bi Mang Mang, Bi Man Man, the flower mantis, the dung beetle, and Wang Xiaofeng, now with a plan, position themselves to face the Tyrannosaurus. The Tyrannosaurus, observing the group of insects, confident in his strength, challenges them, saying, "Interesting, let's see what you can do." My goodness, it's just like I told you, this is better than the Avengers. Wang Xiaofeng orders the dung beetle to resist the dragon's attack. Then, the dung beetle prepares to face one of the horned dragons, defending itself from its punch. Immediately afterward, our scarlet-red hero catches the Tyrannosaurus's bite with his own hands. The 3-star Tyrannosaurus, unfazed, says it doesn't matter what tricks they use, as nothing surpasses its absolute power. Then, it questions them if it's possible to know the outcome of something without trying. Wang Xiaofeng orders Bi Li to help the dung beetle interrupt the 3-star Tyrannosaurus's movements and instructs Bi Manman to find an opportunity to use her poison needle and paralyze the Tyrannosaurus. He also tells Bi Mang Mang to join forces with the flower mantis. They must use their speed to attack the 3-star Tyrannosaurus's vital points. Bi Li, ready for combat, warns the team that it's time to act. Meanwhile, the Tyrannosaurus laughs menacingly at the invaders while crushing our poor beetle into the ground. It claims to be the owner of the territory and that anyone who dares to challenge it will die. Then, Bi Li steps forward and challenges it, warning that its opponent has arrived. The Tyrannosaurus is surprised by a powerful energy attack unleashed by Bi Li. Then it roars as it is sliced in half. Bi Mang Mang wastes no time and fires her energy attack, while Bi Man Man strikes the enemy with her spear. A powerful explosion engulfs the area, but the attack is not enough to bring it down. Bi Mang Mang observes the Tyrannosaurus and comments that their coordinated attack is working. Bi Man Man comments that the 3-star Tyrannosaurus is really powerful, as it wasn't brought down by their attacks. The dinosaur gets irritated, saying that the insects keep coming, one after another, endlessly. Then, it says it didn't expect a 1-star insect alliance to be so difficult to deal with. It realizes that its energy is depleting, and its only option is to try to defeat them one by one. But without time to breathe, the Tyrannosaurus, astonished, notices the flower mantis watching it and asks what it's looking at. The Tyrannosaurus roars, and the flower mantis attacks it with a powerful energy blast that hits it squarely. The mantis passes by and complains about the resistance of the dragon's armor. Annoyed by the insect's persistence, the Tyrannosaurus decides to start attacking the flower mantis and orders it to die. But it didn't expect our hero to be able to teleport with someone and use the power of all the insects in combat. So Wang Xiaofeng switches places with the mantis and prepares to withstand the blow using the dung beetle's power. The dinosaur strikes Wang Xiaofeng with a powerful blow and roars in fury. The flower mantis calls out to Wang Xiaofeng, worried for his safety. Then, sunken into the ground, he calms the team and assures them he is fine. The 3-star Tyrannosaurus roars and fires a blast of fire from its mouth. Our hero, watching the fireballs approaching, warns Bi Manman to be careful. Bi Manman is startled by the attack and doesn't know what to do, but then Wang Xiaofeng switches places with her and says he will defend her. A colossal explosion occurs as the attacks collide. Bi Manman asks Wang Xiaofeng if he is okay, concerned about the impact of the explosion. Then, amidst the smoke, our hero appears all burned, claiming to be fine and saying that the battle is as sweet as a piece of cake. Bi Mong Mong cries out for Wang Xiaofeng, asking for help as she is about to be crushed by the Tyrannosaurus's paw. Then, our hero uses his spatial transition power to switch places with Bi Mang Mang at the last moment, saving her from the Tyrannosaurus's attack. Then, Wang Xiaofeng, tired of switching places all the time, points at her and says that she clearly could have dodged that last attack. Bi Mong Mong sarcastically says that she also wants to feel the sensation of being protected. After hearing this, our hero, crying, advises himself not to get irritated by small things, remembering that problems are temporary and that it's not worth risking his health over temporary emotions. He concludes by saying that, as Buddha taught, it is better to remain calm and deal with things gently, like clouds floating across the sky. The Tyrannosaurus, panting, wonders where that resilient little monster came from and how it withstood all of its attacks. Exhausted, it complains that if the fight continues at that pace, it will eventually be defeated by the insects. But it is then that the flower mantis launches another attack, ordering it not to even think about running away. The 3-star Tyrannosaurus falls to the ground and begs the insects to stop fighting. The Tyrannosaurus, in a tone of surrender, asks to be left alone, as it no longer wants the territory of the East Lake. It begs the insects to just go away and promises never to provoke them again. Bimangmang warns the group not to believe the 3-star Tyrannosaurus's lies. Li agrees with Bimangmang and says that dragon beasts have a strong sense of vengeance. She orders them to finish it off once and for all. The dung beetle grabs the beast from behind and orders it not to even think about escaping. The horned dragon, furious, curses the insects and claims that the dragon clan will never forget the attack. It shouts, explaining that if its allies find out that the insects dared to attack the dragon clan, they will be completely exterminated. But without listening to its words, the dung beetle lifts the horned dragon and orders its allies to attack. Then it throws it as the bees join the combat with their energy attacks. Li, flying over the defeated Tyrannosaurus, had just delivered the final blow with her spear. Mang celebrates the team's victory. Li, thoughtfully, comments that eliminating the group of 3-star dragon beasts without any casualties is an overwhelming and unprecedented victory in the hundreds of years of war between wasps and dragon beasts. Li, looking at Wang Xiaofeng, reflects on his intelligence, quick adaptability, and responsibility. She wonders if Wang Xiaofeng, who shows so much care for his allies, is really a wasp that just went through metamorphosis. Then there he is, our hero boasting, saying that the battle was very easy and that everything went according to his calculations. And well, the fool says that with his face full of bruises, this guy is amazing. Mang praises Wang Xiaofeng, saying that he is impressive for having dealt with the 3-star dragon beast so easily. Then, Mang questions why she is being ignored as our hero walks away, bidding her farewell. Mang apologizes for her previous behavior. She asks to be forgiven. Now, at the East Lake, the creatures observe, impressed, the beauty of the place. Wang Xiaofeng observes the East Lake and proudly declares that from that day forward, that will be their new home. Oh man, that's so cool! The insects are finally going to get out of that slave underground created by the mud wasps. This small part of my life is called happiness. Wang Xiaofeng addresses the insects, reminding them that this is the first territory conquered by insects outside of the Celestial Island, and that this moment will be remembered by history. He explains that the territory that was taken by the dragon beasts hundreds of years ago will finally be reclaimed by them. Our hero declares that everyone can choose a piece of land and build a new home. That place will become everyone's Eden. But before he could finish his speech, the insects celebrate and run towards the new territory. One of the insects warns the others to run, because if they are slow, the best places will be taken. Wang Xiaofeng, forgotten in the middle of the crowd, asks them to wait a minute, as his speech is not over yet. The other insects ignore Wang Xiaofeng and continue running to choose their places. So our hero confesses that, besides not understanding anything of the speech, they just wanted to choose their lands freely. The moth and her sister approach Wang Xiaofeng, who has been completely crushed. Poor thing. Now at the Star Dragon Clan's nest, Wang Xiaofeng stealthily approaches, carrying a basket on his back. He observes the surroundings carefully. 3 star dragons are sleeping soundly, while Wang Xiaofeng observes a large amount of food gathered. Then, Wang Xiaofeng decides to collect the food, saying, "I'm starting!" Our hero, excited, starts to collect the food, filling his basket and storing the food inside his container. He says that since he started consuming the Star Dragon Clan's food, his physical quality has been improving every day. Wang Xiaofeng, with his basket full of food, descends from the monster's table using a rope while thanking nature for its gifts. Our hero reveals that during those days, he explored almost the entire area during the Star Dragon Clan's sleeping hours and announces that he has found a treasure. Wang Xiaofeng, going through that pile of technological junk, finds a motherboard and claims that he can still use it to build a the washing machine. But suddenly, our hero hears a strange noise and wonders what it is. Wang Xiaofeng approaches the bottom of a dark cave. He yells, asking if anyone's down there. Princess Wei Wei is the one down there, scared and crying. She hears Wang Xiaofeng. The princess realizes that the voice belongs to a human. She gets up, feeling a surge of hope. Princess Wei Wei introduces herself as Vivi, the 133rd princess of the Galactic Empire. Wait a minute, Princess Vivi? Does this crazy woman have two bodies? Someone thinks. She orders the human to save her immediately, offering 500,000 star coins as a reward. Wang Xiaofeng, carrying his basket of food, looks down at Princess Wei Wei. Our hero notes that the princess was crying but changed her tune upon seeing someone. He walks away, pretending he didn't see Princess Wei Wei, even as she raises the reward to 1 million and begs him not to leave. Looking at his list of goals, our hero observes 100 friends complete, 1,000 square meters big house. He gets excited, realizing that the goals he thought were impossible to achieve in the insect beast world might suddenly come true. Wang Xiaofeng, downcast, mutters that the remaining 2 goals are difficult. He can't marry an insect beast, and his parents would be terrified. Suddenly, a devilish Wang Xiaofeng appears behind him, pointing out that there's already a woman right there. Our hero freaks out, saying no way, he already saved her once, and she abandoned him without a second thought. Wang Xiaofeng asks how he could marry such a malicious woman. He argues that she lives for thousands of years, while he only has a few decades. Wouldn't she cheat on him every day after he dies? The demonic figure tells Wang Xiaofeng that he won't care about such things when he's dead. Our protagonist insists that's not the point. The demonic figure asks Wang Xiaofeng if he's sure, questioning if she had no choice but to abandon him due to other reasons. Could he bear to let her die because of a misunderstanding? Evil Wang Xiaofeng reminds him that there are only 2 humans in this dragon's den. What will happen to her if he doesn't save her? Our hero hesitates, conflicted about the decision. The devil gets annoyed with Wang Xiaofeng, asking what he's hesitating for, and telling him to hurry up and save her. Our hero throws a rope down to Princess Wei Wei, who's sitting at the bottom of the cave, dejected. Wang Xiaofeng, at the top of the cave, holds the rope and tells Princess Wei Wei to hold on tight. He'll pull her up. The princess, surprised, recognizes Wang Xiaofeng. As she climbs, Princess Wei Wei apologizes to him, saying she talked nonsense before. Wang Xiaofeng tells Princess Wei Wei that she doesn't need to say anything more, just give him her hand. She thanks him. Princess Wei Wei bows and says he's a really good guy. But before she can finish her sentence, she yells, "Ghost!" Wang Xiaofeng, startled, asks, "Huh?" as Princess Wei Wei loses her balance and falls from the edge. But our hero doesn't wear a cape. He's only 2 meters tall and considered short by society. Wang Xiaofeng catches the princess's hand before she falls. Wang Xiaofeng tells Princess Wei Wei to hold on tight as he climbs up the rope with her. Our hero warns Princess Wei Wei that the dragon beasts are resting and asks her to be quiet. Some time passes and, well, Princess Wei Wei eats non-stop the food that our hero had gathered. She comments that he is really incredible for going through all that disaster and still being alive. Wang Xiaofeng observes her and says that he is not only alive, but has also experienced some incredible things. He says that his height even increased significantly. Then our protagonist offers water to Princess Wei Wei and asks her to drink some so she doesn't choke. The princess thanks him. Princess Wei Wei drinks the water. While she drinks water, our hero asks how the dragon beast kept her in the lair. She replies that it is related to royal secrets. Wang Xiaofeng says that if it is inconvenient to talk about it, then he will not ask. He says that she still seems hungry and that he will go find a dessert. Princess Wei Wei thinks about how excessive she had been with him before, and that even so, he held no grudges and even saved her again. Compared to him, she questions who she is. Then, she calls out to Wang Xiaofeng, who is in the corner of the cave with his back to her. Our hero, confused, asks what the princess is doing as she takes off her clothes. The minx says she wants to show him something. Wang Xiaofeng, covering his eyes with his hands, says it was still in the plans, but the progress is too fast. But contrary to all our expectations, she stops and says that it is her royal mark. She explains that the royal family with this mark is qualified to inherit the Galactic Empire. Wang Xiaofeng, confused, questions what the royal mark is. He says he didn't know humans could have the royal mark. Princess Wei Wei says that the royal mark attracts powerful monsters and that eating its flesh would considerably increase the monster's power. She reports that she originally intended to use the royal mark to attract monsters and then use all the outpost's forces to eliminate them at once, thus increasing her political influence. She laments that who would have thought the outpost was so fragile. She says that she was terrified at that moment and her mind went blank. She only realized she had made a big mistake when she took the spaceship away. Then the princess approaches our hero, repentant, says she is willing to do anything for Wang Xiaofeng and begs him to forgive her. Wang Xiaofeng, not understanding, asks, "Huh? Anything?" Then he puts his hands on her shoulders and says he understands and that it's okay. Wang Xiaofeng asks if anything really goes. Princess Wei Wei, excited, says that as long as he can get her out of there alive, anything he wants is just a word from this princess. Our hero, with his back to the princess, affirms that he understands and that he will do his best to protect her. Then he changes the subject and offers the princess a slushie, saying it's his new creation. Princess Wei Wei, surprised, asks if that is really slushy. She asks where he got ice. Wang Xiaofeng replies that of course he got it from the fridge. The princess, even more surprised, asks if he really built a fridge in the dragon's touch and comments that he is amazing. Wang Xiaofeng scratches his head and explains that there is a robot graveyard nearby where he usually gets parts to build things. Princess Wei Wei, excited, tells him to take her there immediately, as this may be their chance to escape. Our hero agrees to take her. The princess, holding Wang Xiaofeng's hand, smiles in relief. Now, in the robot cemetery, Wang Xiaofeng points to a pile of destroyed robot parts and explains that this is the place, the spoils of war of a dragon. Princess Wei Wei watches, impressed by the number of giant robot parts. She excitedly states that these are level 5 or higher robots. The princess suggests that even damaged with a few parts, it would be possible to build a robot capable of getting them out of there. Then she asks Wang Xiaofeng to build a new robot with those parts. Wang Xiaofeng adjusts his glasses, perplexed by the princess's request. Walking away, he explains that each part weighs tons and that it would be impossible to move them without special equipment. He states that he is not a monster. Princess Wei Wei, confused, asks where Wang Xiaofeng is going. Then, in a flash of genius, he mutters, "Wait, monster!" Now, Wang Xiaofeng, in his wasp body, floats in the air surrounded by a bright aura as he shouts, "Spatial domination!" Then, he shrinks in size and becomes human again, saying, "Success." Wang Xiaofeng observes the palm of his hand, surprised. He comments that, as expected, when changing bodies, the size also changes. He looks around and says that he feels like he has arrived in a land of giants. He wonders if his wasp body has always been that size. He comments that it's the first time he's seen it from that angle and that it's quite different. Then the little butterfly approaches and says, "It's time to change Wang Xiaofeng's bandages." Well, the poor butterfly is startled to see our hero that size. As it gets closer, our hero wonders, what is this scary pressure? The butterfly runs and shows the little Wang Xiaofeng to her sister, saying that she captured this strange creature. The insect sister explains that Wang Xiaofeng was seriously injured fighting the 3-star dragon beast and scolds her, saying that instead of taking care of him, she is just playing around. The butterfly retorts, saying that Wang Xiaofeng is not in the room. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaofeng claims that he is the Wang Xiaofeng. The sister orders her to look for Wang Xiaofeng immediately. The little butterfly holding Wang Xiaofeng says she understands and asks her not to be angry. Oh my God, look at our hero's face with his cheeks stretched. I really want a doll of him now. Now, a group of insects, including the dung beetle treasure, the flower praise, Mao Mao, and the stinky beetle, are walking through the forest. Ronnie Coleman observes other insects and asks what they are doing there. He warns them that this is the place where the king rests. The red insect replies that of course they came to see the insect king. The giant beetle informs them that the insect king was injured in the last battle and cannot receive visitors. He asks the guests to withdraw. The female insect is surprised and asks how they let the insect king go into battle and get hurt. Another beetle, annoyed, questions what the incompetents are doing. The dung beetle orders them to withdraw if they have no further business. Excuse me, everyone, but I can't take Mau Mau's face seriously. Look at that. Irritated, she states that since they can't protect the insect king, it is better to leave him in their care. A frame appears informing who she is. Disaster level, native monster, colorful mosquito. Weight, 6,600 tons. Ability, sugar blood lightning. The other crazy one says that indeed, it is safer for them to take care of the insect king. Disaster level, native monster, armored elephant. Weight, 15,000 tons. Ability, iron armor piercing. Then the other insect says that if they insist on stopping them, they will be forced to offend them. Disaster level, native monster, green wings. Weight, 8,200 tons. Ability, swift metal wings. The dung beetle, determined to defend the king, orders the flower mantis to prepare for battle. The flower mantis confirms ready for combat. The flower mantis flies at high speed towards the cyborg insect. She is startled by its speed. The insect activates its metallic wings. Then, the clash of the fastest begins. The praying mantis unleashes powerful attacks with its energy blade, while the cyborg insect defends itself with its metallic claws. The might-armored elephant launches itself towards the dung beetle with its spinning attack. He shouts, "Try my drill!" Then, our insect Ronnie Coleman holds that attack with just one hand, saying that there is no point in this fight. He states that the difference between them is obvious as he pushes the armored elephant away. The dung beetle, feeling the impact of the armored elephant's blow, is surprised and says, "Oh, he really does have some power." Ronnie Coleman, confused, observes the damage to his armor and mutters. The colorful mosquito spits blood and complains about the horrible taste. She states that dragon beast blood is much tastier. Bee Mang Mang, pensive, observes the fight. Then the bee shouts excitedly, "They're fighting! Fighting!" Bee Mang Mang comments that the newcomers are quite capable, as they have already been resisting for some time. Bee Lee comments that they have some skill, but their coordination is weak. She states that they will fail sooner or later. Now, leaving the fight aside, the little butterfly looks at our little protagonist and asks if he is really Xiao Feng. Wang Xiao Feng confirms, saying, "Yes, yes." She asks him why he looks like that and if he is hurt. Wang Xiao Feng replies that it is difficult to explain. Wang Xiao Feng, in the butterfly's arms, thinks about whether he can say that this is his original form. Meanwhile, the flower mantis attacks the green-winged insect at high speed. The armored elephant attacks the dung beetle. The colorful mosquito observes everything from afar, doing the containment, and the other idiot insects watch everything without helping at all. Then, the butterfly arrives with Wang Xiaofeng in her arms and asks what is going on. Mao Mao explains that some insect warriors came looking for Wang Xiaofeng, but the stinky beetle stopped them, and now they are fighting. The stinky beetle states that they have been fighting for quite some time. Our incredulous hero wonders, "They are looking for me!" Wang Xiaofeng, worried, says that if the fight continues, someone could get hurt, and he needs to stop them. The little butterfly looks at Wang Xiaofeng in her arms and questions why he is sleeping. Is our protagonist some kind of narcoleptic? But calm down, it was all strategy. Wang Xiaofeng, in his wasp form, emerges from a red pool, sighing with relief. He comments on the effectiveness of the pool in his recovery, stating that his body has almost fully recovered in a short time. He smiles and says that his star energy has also been replenished, and it is time to return. Then our hero, in his star armor, appears in the forest and shouts, "Stop!" Wang Xiaofeng stands between the group of fighting insects, ordering them to stop immediately. He states that, as Insect King, he orders them to stop this pointless fight. The colorful mosquito laughs, confirming the rumors about the Insect King. The armored elephant, surprised by his presence, asks if he is the Insect King. The colorful mosquito and the cyborg insect stop fighting and watch Wang Xiaofeng, bowing in reverence. The colorful mosquito approaches our hero and greets him. Wang Xiaofeng asks, astonished, if they were not there to cause trouble. The colorful mosquito, impressed, talks about the rumors surrounding Wang Xiaofeng. She says that he abandoned his noble status, led the lower-class insects, resisted the oppression of the nobles, swore to annihilate the dragon beasts, and reclaim the land of the insect beasts. Wang Xiaofeng, confused, asks where they heard these things. The cyborg insect explains that he saw a pamphlet and decided to join Wang Xiaofeng. The armored elephant asks the insect king to sign the pamphlet for him. The colorful mosquito says that all the flying insect clans are spreading the word about Wang Xiaofeng's heroic deeds. Our protagonist looks at the pamphlet, surprised by the content. He reads, "Recruitment order for the annihilation of the dragon beasts, reclaiming the ancestral land of the insect beasts, restoring past glory, and recruiting talent." Wang Xiaofeng asks Mao Mao and the stinky beetle if they know who made that pamphlet. Mao Mao, with her hand on her head, trying to play it off, asks if there really is a pamphlet about him and that there must be someone who admires him. The stinky beetle states that Wang Xiaofeng is now famous. Then, a flying ladybug tells Mao Mao that all the pamphlets are gone and asks if they should print more. Mao Mao asks the stinky beetle where to put the statue they are carrying. Wang Xiaofeng watches all this, surprised and speechless. Then, Mao Mao, ignoring that Wang Xiaofeng is right in front of her, orders them to keep printing the pamphlets non-stop. Our hero, perplexed, asks her what that statue and those pamphlets are. Mao Mao replies that it is a long story. The stinky beetle adds that it really is a long story. Mao Mao, panicking, warns the stinky beetle to run away because they have been discovered. The stinky beetle and Mao Mao start running away. Wang Xiaofeng, stunned by what had just happened, calls Mao Mao and the stinky beetle idiots. Meanwhile, the colorful mosquito approaches, smitten with our hero. So, prepare your time machines, because now we're going back to the past, to the flower mantis's past more specifically. The little praying mantis cries out for her parents as they are impaled by huge pieces of wood. The little flower mantis looks at the bodies on the ground, crying because she has lost the ones she truly loved. That's when our hero, the dung beetle, arrives, thanking God that there are survivors. The poor insect begs him to save her parents. The dung beetle tells her that they are already dead and that this place is dangerous, ordering them to leave immediately. The praying mantis refuses to leave, stating that she wants to stay with her parents, while a giant silhouette appears behind her. Then, she wakes up, startled by the terrible nightmare she just had. She gets up and comments that she had that dream again. Then she goes outside and observes her new family, the insect kingdom built by Wang Xiaofeng. The insects work together to form a more prosperous society in that place, except for this girl here. I think she's a little angry about something. The flower mantis watches everything from behind a tree. She turns and asks, "Xiaofeng?" A creature approaches Wang Xiaofeng and the group of insects. It explains that they are refugees from the borderlands, and that, upon hearing about the great bee king, they have come with over 200 insects to pledge their allegiance. Then our hero says that because they trust King Xiaofeng, he guarantees that he will take good care of their people. The creature thanks the mighty bee king. Then Wang Xiaofeng says that they are all a family of insect beasts and that there is no need for formalities. Our hero, surprised, comments that more and more insect beasts have been coming to seek refuge lately. The dung beetle comments that there must have been another battle on the front lines. B. Lee explains that the front lines are where the 5 insect kings gather every 5 years to form an army with all insects of 2 stars or more to fight the dragon beasts. She states that next year, she and the beetle will go there. Wang Xiaofeng comments that it is no wonder that most of the insects there are not even 2 stars. She adds that everyone is fighting the dragon beasts on the front lines. Our hero, surprised, asks if there are 5 other insect kings besides him. B. Lee says yes, and explains that insect beasts that live near Empty Island or the coast do not have to worry about dragon beasts, as they are protected by the insect kings. She adds that the rest of the realm is divided into 3 large regions, all facing threats from the dragons. Then she explains that the bees protect the eastern region, with 3 bee kings. In addition to Wang Xiaofeng, there are the Yellow Jacket Queen and the Bumblebee Queen. Yellow Jacket Queen, disaster level, 5 stars, native monster, Yellow Jacket, weight, 27,000 tons, ability, Mother of the Realm, Bumblebee. Queen, disaster level, 4 stars, native monster, Bumblebee, weight, 27,500 tons, ability, Imperial Guard. B. Lee explains the Yellow Jacket Queen's Mother of the Realm ability. Information communication without distance restrictions, the exchange of star energy between blood relatives within the sensory sensory range is unrestricted. She also explains the Bumblebee Queen's Imperial Guard ability. Within the sensory range, any blood relative will have their injuries reduced by half. Beely explains that the northern region is protected by the Stag Beetle King and the Rhinoceros Beetle King. Rhinoceros Beetle King. Disaster level, 4 stars. Native monster, Rhinoceros Beetle King. Weight, 82,000 tons. Ability, Sovereignty. Stag Beetle King. Disaster level, 5 stars. Native monster, Stag Beetle King. Weight, 90,000 tons. Ability, Great Prowess. B. Lee explains the Rhinoceros Beetle King's Sovereignty ability. Forces a one-on-one duel between any opponent and a chosen member of his side within a set range. Only one can survive. She also explains the Stag Beetle King's Great Prowess ability. All allies gain a self-destruct ability, fueled by their star energy. The Western Plains are protected solely by the Locust King, whose tribe is the strongest among all the insect kings. Locust King. Disaster level, 5 stars. Native monster, Locust King. Weight, 48,000 tons. Ability, Royal Crusade. B. Lee explains the Locust King's Royal Crusade ability. All subjects within the sensory range enter a state of frenzy, with all attributes enhanced. Wang Xiaofeng, impressed, asks how the insect beasts continue to lose territory when the insect kings are so strong. Then, the flower mantis offers to explain the situation. She explains that the insect kings are facing 4 dragon generals, each with even greater power, an astronomical disaster level of 6 stars. Wang Xiaofeng is scared to hear that the dragon generals are 6 stars. She states that the dragon generals receive terrifying powers from the Dragon King himself. Disaster level, 6 stars. Cosmic monster, red extinction. Weight, 890,000 tons. Disaster level, 5 stars. Cosmic monster, Wuxiong. Weight, 550,000 tons. Disaster level, 6 stars. Cosmic monster, Tide Mirage. Weight, 1,050,000 tons. Disaster level, 5 stars. Cosmic monster, 1,000 miles. Weight, 710,000 tons. Our praying mantis says that it is said that the Dragon King has discovered another hunting ground and has gone there with most of his elite forces. Besides the 4 6-star dragon generals, there are even more terrifying creatures out there. The praying mantis states that she will soon reach 2 stars and join everyone on the front lines. Ronnie Coleman, hearing this, says that she is still young and asks her not to be reckless. Then, our hero states that he will train hard and become stronger so they can fight together. B. Lee addresses him and says that since Xiaofeng is so eager to get stronger, they will increase the intensity of training from the next day onwards. Haha, sucker, go on. Keep being funny. Wang Xiaofeng asks if there isn't a faster way to get stronger. B. Lee slaps him and asks if he really doesn't like her training, but she explains that there is a faster way to gain strength, by consuming the flesh of high-level dragon beasts. She states that the stronger the dragon beast, the more effective it is. She says that the 3-star dragon meat and the 1-star dragon meat they recently acquired have a good chance of producing some 1-star insect warriors. Wang Xiaofeng thinks about the high-level dragon beast meat. After all, he only eats that in his other body, and speaking of which, the other Wang Xiaofeng states that they have plenty of material and energy to build robots now. He explains that the problem is the robot's blueprint. He says he's only repaired robots, never built one. He concludes that without understanding the detailed construction, it would be impossible. But then our hero is startled by something. Then our hero leaves the robot cemetery and asks what happened. Princess Wei Wei, lying on the ground, replies that it was the Star Dragon King. She asks why the Star Dragon King is there. Wang Xiaofeng, surprised, exclaims, "The Star Dragon King?" Princess Wei Wei asks if he is referring to that monster. Then, facing the Dragon King's lair, they observe it. Our hero asks her not to worry and explains that the Star Dragon King has been recovering in that pool for a month, and his knees haven't healed yet. But then, Wang Xiaofeng stops and comments that if they let the Star Dragon King recover, it would be a problem. Then, in a moment of sanity, he wonders if that's not high-level dragon meat ready to eat. Wang Xiaofeng reassures the crying girl, stating that he will not let him recover before they leave, while she clings to him in fear. And well, anyone who wants to can take a screenshot of this immensely beautiful scenery. I'll wait 5 seconds. You're welcome. Our hero asks Princess Weiwei to let go of his arm. Then she pulls away and apologizes. But inside, our protagonist confesses that it was a good feeling. The princess wonders what she is doing and remembers that she is Princess Vivi. She states that she cannot act like a little girl. Meanwhile, behind them, our hero shows off saying, "Ugh, my irresistible charm is too much to handle." Then the dragon turtle appears and pours a liquid into the red pool again. It observes the pool and comments that after all this time, the wound on the Dragon King's leg should be almost healed. Then the poor thing is startled to realize that the Dragon King's leg is gone. The creature states that the dosage of the medicine was correct, questioning why it had not healed. Then the old turtle decides to increase the dosage of the medicine. Now, Wang Xiaofeng, in his wasp form, states that he really did cut off a piece of the Star Dragon King's flesh. Wait, now I understand. With the spatial power of his wasp form, besides being able to switch places with any body, he can also teleport inanimate objects that are within his reach, like the dragon meat. That's so cool. Wang Xiaofeng cuts the meat with a fork. He asks how many stars the Star Dragon King has. Then our hero decides to eat the meat, stating that it doesn't matter how many stars the Dragon King has. And well, upon eating the meat, a strong pulse takes over his body. Wang Xiaofeng, enveloped in an aura, startles everyone with a strong light emanating from the treehouse. Wow, our hero is going to transform into the fucking Exodia with the Insect King's star and consuming the flesh of the fucking Dragon King. No one will be able to stop this guy. Hold him back. In Greystone Canyon, on the eastern Sky Island, someone yells for everyone to hurry up and ask the Wasp tribe for help. The first line of defense of Greystone Canyon has completely fallen. Dragons soar through the sky. General Lord Tao leads the great army of the Dragon tribe towards the second line of defense. Female warriors of the Bee tribe lie defeated in Greystone Canyon. They all fell trying to protect their homeland. Now, leaving the battlefield, we return to the peaceful and humble abode of our insect lord, Yue, and the little moth are astonished by the glow and explosion coming from our protagonist's house and ask about Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng coughs in his room. The little moth and Yue approach worriedly and ask if something is wrong. Xiaofeng says he is fine. Disaster level, 2 stars. Weight, 5,000 tons. Our hero apologizes for causing a mess. And my God, what the heck happened to him? For a dwarf, he's quite big now, isn't he? Yue and the little moth are surprised. Spatial manipulation, basic. Can switch positions with any object within the range of his perception. King's wealth, basic. Can simultaneously use the abilities of any 2 subjects. Yue says that Xiaofeng is taller and asks if he leveled up. Xiaofeng replies that it seems so. The little moth is astonished and comments that Xiaofeng went up 2 stars in just 1 month. She asks how he did it and calls him a genius. Xiaofeng is embarrassed and says he trained hard every day. In his mind, he affirms that he can't simply say that he was cheating. Now, at the insect meeting, Bee Mong arrives with another bee on her shoulder and warns Bee Li that they found a wounded bee from the bee tribe near the forest, and that she needs to see the Queen of the Wasps urgently. Bee Li, Mao, Stinky Beetle, and Dung Beetle look at each other in surprise. Bee Li is startled and asks what happened. A wounded warrior from the bee tribe? This is unacceptable. The bee explains that Tao Yan, one of the 4 dragon generals, led the dragon army in a surprise attack on Greystone Canyon, and that the first line of defense has already fallen. She asks for reinforcements from the Wasp tribe immediately. Bee Li, Mao, Stinky Beetle, and Dung Beetle are extremely shocked by what they just heard. Bee Li says she will send someone to inform the queen immediately. She orders Bee Mang to take the injured bee to treat her wounds, and for Bee Man to notify the residents to be prepared to evacuate the location at any time. Bee Man confirms the order. Dung Beetle is surprised to hear that Greystone Canyon, known as the strongest defense of the insect tribe, easy to defend but difficult to attack, has fallen. He wonders how it fell so easily. Bee Li explains that the bee queen was ambushed by the dragon army and seriously injured. which weakened her power. The star armor of the B-tribe warriors had its usage time reduced, leading to a decrease in their strength. She claims that defeat is natural, but it is then that, surprising everyone, our hero arrives and states that he is against the evacuation. Dung Beetle says that Xiaofeng leveled up again. Our hero tells them to leave that aside and asks why they should abandon the lands they fought so hard to recover. Bi Li replies that they will not give up. It is only a temporary evacuation. Xiaofeng says this will take them back to square one, and that if he can't protect that place, what's the point of the insect beasts that joined him staying there? Bi Li says there is no choice as Tao Yan, one of the 4 dragon generals, has come to attack personally. She explains that even though Lord Tao's main target is not them, whenever the dragon beasts pass by, their 3-star dragon beasts mercilessly slaughter all insect beasts. Although it is very frustrating, they are still unable to face an army of 3-star dragon beasts. Mao Mao tells Xiaofeng to forget about it, and states that everyone is already used to it. Stinky Beetle says they will return after the dragon army is gone, but Xiaofeng refuses to allow the dragon beasts to destroy his home and says it will not happen. Our hero states with conviction that it is absolutely forbidden to let this happen. Bi Li scolds him and tells him to stop being stubborn and that the regular dragon army is not the same as the dragon beasts that lurk near the border. Xiaofeng says he knows, but they are the ones who should actually leave this land. So Xiaofeng orders Mao Mao and Stinky Beetle to gather all the insect beasts willing to fight, as he has something important to do. Mao Mao and Stinky Beetle confirm and say goodbye to Xiaofeng, leaving afterwards. Xiaofeng asks the little moth and Yue Yue if they didn't want to know how he advanced 2 ranks in a month. They reply yes. Then our hero tells them to follow him, that he will tell them the answer. And man, what a brilliant idea. Our hero simply told Yue Yue to prepare a delicious Dragon King soup, and now he's going to distribute it to all his allies. Mao Mao, Stinky Beetle, and some insects approach. The little moth asks everyone not to rush and to take one at a time. Stinky Beetle complains about the small amount of soup and asks for more. The little moth says that it's not for filling your belly. A spoonful is enough. Stinky Beetle agrees. Bi Li asks why Xiaofeng made so much soup. Bi Mang Mang comments that her bowl has a lot of meat. Bi Li thinks that in terms of level and quantity, the insect beasts there are no match for General Tao's army, and that Xiaofeng was blinded by the easy victory he had over the tyrannosaurs. Then she takes a bite of the meat from the soup, and as she eats, she claims that she needs to stop him before he does something stupid. That's when Bi Li's eyes widen in shock, and she says that the meat is not normal meat. Mang Mang and Man Man look at Bi Li and ask what's wrong. Then, Xiaofeng asks everyone to listen to him. He warns that a group of dragon beasts is about to invade their lands. Several insect beasts listen to him attentively. Xiaofeng says he is sure that everyone is tired of this wandering life, tired of their kind being slaughtered by the dragon beasts. Xiaofeng says that beneath that land lies the resting place of their ancestors and that they are the true masters of that place. The colorful mosquito, totally in love with Xiaofeng, says that just like the rumors said, this is the powerful hornet king worthy of her loyalty. Xiaofeng states that he will drive out all the invading dragon beasts. Then he invites anyone willing to follow him to drink the soup, and then go into battle together. The insects shout for the insect king. Not only the most powerful on the front line, but all the insects of that tribe drink the soup. Stinky Beetle complains that he's hot. Mao Mao tells him to endure, as it's not spring yet. That's when something happens. Stinky Beetle, enveloped in a powerful aura, says he can feel the power. Disaster level, 1 star. Local monster, Stinky Beetle. Weight, 10,000 tons. Ability, Stinky Bomb. An insect from the crowd says that his body is glowing. Another says that this is star power. A ladybug says that she suddenly transformed into a warrior insect. Dung Beetle and Flower Mantis exclaim that it's a miracle. Disaster level, 3 stars. Local monster, Dung Beetle. Weight, 35,000 tons. Abilities, armored power, gigantification. Disaster level, 2 stars. Local monster, Flower Mantis. Weight, 8,600 tons. Ability, Swift Blade. Bi Li states that the meat is from a 6-star dragon or higher and wonders where Xiaofeng got it. Bi Li, Bi Mang Mang, and Bi Man Man also increase their levels. Disaster level, 3 stars. Local monster, Feng Li. Weight, 9,000 tons. Abilities, bee sting, bee venom. Disaster level, 2 stars. Local monster, Feng Mang Mang. Weight, 8,000 tons. Abilities, bee sting, bee venom. Disaster level, 2 stars. Local monster, Feng Manman. Weight, 8,000 tons. Abilities, bee sting, bee venom. The blue wings insect also increases its strength. Disaster level, 2 stars. Local monster, blue wings. Weight, 11,000 tons. Abilities, divine speed, steel wings. The armored elephant and the colorful mosquito as well. Disaster level, 2 stars. Local monster, elephant beetle. Weight, 36,000 tons. Abilities, armored power, drill. Disaster level, 2 stars. Local monster, colorful mosquito. Weight, 7,600 tons. Abilities, teleportation, blood control. Then, after everyone increases their powers, Xiao Feng orders everyone to attack. The insects, with a warrior spirit, shout to defeat the dragon beasts. A swarm of insects flies across the skies. As they fly off to attack, they all shout, "Let's go!" to the new world. The insects fly over a forest. Meanwhile, Mao Mao asks why they are being left behind. Mao Mao sadly feels bad for not being able to fly. Disaster level, local monster, Mao Mao. Weight, 15,000 tons. Abilities, spit gluttonous silk. Bi Li asks Wang Xiaofeng if he has a battle plan. Our hero explains that, according to the map, that is the only river channel in Greystone Canyon that can accommodate the Dragon Beast army. He states that the river fork can restrict the movements of the Dragon Beast troops and that several villages on the edge of the battlefield can solve the supply problem. Bi Mang Mang and Bi Man Man ask Wang Xiaofeng why he is so downcast. Bi Li says there is no need to worry too much, as after the upgrades, their legion now has the strength to fight the 3-star Dragon Beast Legion. Wang Xiaofeng replies that he is not worried about their current fighting strength. In fact, he is worried about the possibility of the villages being destroyed by the dragon beasts before they arrive and asks if they can hurry up. Bi Li replies, no, as letting the Legion face the dragon beast army while exhausted would lead to significant losses. She advises Wang Xiaofeng, saying that she understands that he wants to hurry to save his fellow insects, but leading troops into battle cannot be done on impulse. She states that a single act of recklessness by a commander can lead the entire legion to disaster. But Wang Xiaofeng states that he cannot stand by and watch his fellow insects be slaughtered. He asks Blue Wings, Colorful Mosquito, and Elephant Beetle about their abilities. Then the most powerful insects reply that they are at his service. Meanwhile, the canyon village is in flames. A dragon breathes fire as insect beasts flee desperately. An insect pleads with the dragon beast lord to spare his wife and children. The insect offers to become the dragon beast lord's slave, saying he can do anything. Then, the dragon beast lord says he is in a good mood and that he will give him a chance to be his slave. As he holds his wife and child, the dragon states that, as a stinky insect, he can only choose one person. The insect, totally shocked by the situation, asks, "One person?" The dragon beast lord wonders which one to eat, saying it's so hard to choose. The wretched creature asks the insect why he doesn't decide which one he wants to be saved. The insect, nervous, stammers. Then the dragon beast lord says he has made his choice. He decides he will eat the little one. The little one, desperate, cries out for his father. But our hero doesn't wear a cape. He's not a bird or a plane. He's a bee that flies at supersonic speed. Wang Xiaofeng is called while distancing himself from the group. Our hero copies the ability of the Blue Wings, Divine Speed. That's when he arrives just as the little insect is about to be eaten and shouts, "Switch!" Wang Xiaofeng uses the powerful fist ability of the dung beetle, distorting the dragon's entire face with an incredible punch. The dragons, astonished by the strength of our incredible insect Xiaofeng, shout, "Boss!" And well, sorry folks, but I have to comment on the face of this idiotic dragon. The two insects fall as Xiaofeng prepares to catch them. Holding the two, our hero exclaims, "I got you!" The little insect, surprised, addresses Wang Xiaofeng as the Hornet King. Our protagonist says that he will take care of the situation and asks everyone to retreat quickly. The insect father thanks him. The idiotic dragon, still recovering, complains and asks who ruined his mood. Wang Xiaofeng, with a killer look, asks the celestial dragons why they did that to the villagers and the group of soldiers who were clearly doing their best. One of the celestial dragons asks what he is talking about. Our hero states that they were clearly doing their best to fight. Then, the dragon asks what nonsense he is talking about. Angered, Wang Xiaofeng wishes death upon all the celestial dragons. The celestial dragon asks if only Wang Xiaofeng, a mere 2-star insect, wants them dead. That's when our hero, in an Avengers-like scene, states that he's not the only one who wants them dead, but they do too. The dragon asks what that is. The celestial dragons observe something falling from the sky and wonder if it is a meteor shower. Then, one of the celestial dragons realizes that it is not a meteor shower, but the insect army. The insect army, led by Bee Lee, Bee Mang Mang, Bee Man Man, Mantis, Blue Wings, Dung Beetle, Colorful Mosquito, and Blind Elephant, approaches the celestial dragons. Astonished, the dragons shout, "Enemy attack!" The lead dragon asks where these insect troops came from and scoffs, saying they are bluffing. Then, the celestial dragon orders them to forget about the insect troops and focus only on killing all the villagers. The celestial dragons, shouting, order their minions to kill all the villagers. Then, the wretched creatures roar and charge into the attack, led by Tao Yan. The battle between the insect army, consisting of 5,200 insects, and the dragon army, consisting of 870 dragons, begins. Bee Lee warns Wang Xiaofeng that he can no longer be reckless and asks him to find a safe place to hide. The Dung Beetle states that Feng Li is right and that they should leave this to them. Our hero apologizes but says he is no longer the coward he used to be. Bee Lee, worried, asks Wang Xiaofeng to wait. Then, Bee Lee notices that the idiot Xiaofeng went straight for the lead dragon and asks Mang Mang and Man Man to follow him to protect the insect king. Bee Mang Mang and Man Man confirm. One of the idiotic dragons on the front line notices, surprised, that there are 2 3-star insects. Then one of the dragons concludes that one of them must be the leader. The other idiotic dragon, mocking the insects, states that the 1-star insects are boring and made him sleepy. Sacred Wind, Dragon Disaster Level, 3 stars. Weight, 230,000 tons. Lizard Dragon Disaster Level, 3 stars. Weight, 610,000 tons. Stegosaurus Disaster Level, 5 stars. Weight, 420,000 tons. Bee Lee despairs and questions why they appeared right now. Meanwhile, our hero combines the abilities of Blue Wings and Mantis and threatens the face of some dragons in front of him with a fierce lunge. Wang Xiaofeng uses the Divine Blade ability, cutting down several enemy dragons at once. Our hero thinks to himself that combining the abilities of 2 subjects yields far better results than just adding them together. Then Wang Xiaofeng names his new ability Grass-Cutting Mode. But to his surprise, the most powerful enemy appears behind him and exclaims, "Found you!" The dragon general, generating an immense mass of energy in his hand, observes Wang Xiaofeng from above and deduces that he is the source of the insect army's star power. Our hero exclaims, worried. Tao Yan prepares to attack. Then, the dragon chief uses the celestial thunder strike. Xiaofeng is hit by the attack and screams as he is thrown down. The creature states that if they kill Wang Xiaofeng, the insect army will collapse. Disaster level, 3 stars. Cosmic monster celestial dog dragon. Weight, 180,000 tons. After being hit by the attack, our hero coughs and comments that the dragon can fire lightning bolts. He realizes that the dragons are stronger than the 3-star dragon beasts of East Lake. The celestial dog dragon says that the elementalization of star power is a sign that he has reached the 4-star rank. He claims to be different from the mediocre dragons who are content with the status quo at the borders. Then he starts throwing lightning bolts at Xiaofeng as he orders him to die. The celestial dog dragon praises Wang Xiaofeng's speed and proposes a new challenge. A dragon, afraid, exclaims that the boss is going to go all out and asks them to run. The dragon releases a strong electrical discharge. The celestial dog dragon prepares to attack Wang Xiaofeng with a lightning spear. Another dragon questions what his colleague is afraid of, stating that the boss's thunder spear can target its prey. He believes that Wang Xiaofeng is doomed. The scared one agrees. Then the two smaller dragons prepare to hunt down the remaining insects. And well, the scaredy cat's fear was not for nothing. Suddenly, our hero switches places with him using his spatial swap. The other dragon is completely clueless. The dragon general wonders where Wang Xiaofeng is, while the poor smaller dragon is pulverized by the lightning bolt. Oh my god, this job for the smaller dragons must pay very well because the risks are very high. Farewell, idiotic green dragon. We will miss you. One of the dragons, massive and powerful, soared above our heroes. At the same time, B Mang Mang and B Man Man attacked it with their energy lances. Meanwhile, the flower mantis dashed forward with incredible speed, landing a few blows. With a nimble move, B Lee blocked an attack from a land-based dragon and then jabbed it with her lance. The dung beetle, using his armor and monstrous strength, slammed into one of the smaller dragons that was closing in. The red dragon, with a cocky smirk, claimed their attacks were useless. The dung beetle punched him. The dragon, confident, said his hide was notoriously tough and the bug wouldn't be able to hurt him. Then, the dung beetle activated his gigantification ability, now gigantic. The dung beetle asked the dragon how he felt about the new situation. The dragon freaked out at the insect's Ronnie Coleman-like size. He questioned how a mere insect could possess such an ability. The dung beetle charged forward, hitting the dragon square in the gut, sending him flying back and smashing through a huge rock. Grabbing the dragon by the throat, the dung beetle told him to die. Held in the beetle's grip, the dragon admitted things were looking bad, and that he'd die if he kept taking direct hits. The dragon used his molt ability, shedding his skin and escaping from our powerhouse, who was left holding only the old, wrinkled hide. Smaller now and without his armor, the dragon said he wouldn't be so easy to deal with. He then complained about the insect's superior physical strength and how he couldn't face him directly. The dragon decided to use a different strategy. He started digging a hole in the ground. The cowardly dragon burrowed into the earth. The dung beetle watched this pathetic display and wondered if the dragon had used earth escape. He then questioned if he'd gotten away. Suddenly, the dragon emerged from the hole, claiming it was a good opportunity. He tried to strike the dung beetle from behind. To the beetle's surprise, the dragon bit his arm using his phantom bite ability. The dragon complained about the hardness of the beetle's exoskeleton. The dung beetle said his tough exoskeleton wouldn't be damaged so easily. The dumb dragon challenged him, asking if he could handle this. He immediately bit down harder and twisted, trying a death roll like a gator, or a croc. Sorry, I don't know which one does that. But yeah, it didn't work at all. Our powerhouse just flung the dragon away. Meanwhile, the dragon celebrated managing to rip off a tiny piece of flesh from the beetle's arm. The dumb dragon then gracefully fell back into his hole. He declared that he would soon tear the dung beetle to shreds. At the same moment, the dung beetle realized his exoskeleton had been pierced. Our hero cursed the dragon and got back on his feet. B. Lee, seeing that the dung beetle was in trouble, couldn't help him because she was facing another dragon of equal strength. The dragon, swinging its tail, launched some spines at B. Lee. Our B used her Star Shield ability to defend against the attacks. Enraged, the dragon focused a powerful energy to attack B. Lee with even larger spines. B. Lee dodged the attack by quickly dashing to the side. As she flew, B. Lee watched the dragon approach and realized it had entered her attack range. The bee told the dragon to die and attacked with her lance. Suddenly, the dragon deflected B. Lee's attack using its tail. B. Lee was surprised by the dragon's speed and strength. The dragon's tail then slammed into our bee. The impact sent B. Lee skidding across the ground as she struggled to regain her footing. She admitted that the dragon's strength and attack range were superior to hers, and that he was very difficult to deal with. Over on the other side of the battle, a dumb flying dragon taunted the insects, calling them trash. B Mang Mang, B Man Man, and the mantis prepared to attack. B Man Man and B Mang Mang complained about the strong wind hindering their flight. B Man Man added that she could barely open her eyes. The dragon mocked the heroines, asking if a couple of two-star insects dared to challenge him. The dragon increased the wind's intensity, blasting the bees and sending them flying. B Mang Mang and B Man Man yelled out in confusion. Meanwhile, the flower mantis remained unfazed by the gale, steadily steadily advancing and carefully observing the dragon. The three simultaneous battles then converged. The dragon, still airborne, ordered the insects to try harder, as he wasn't satisfied yet. The dung beetle, bee lee, and the other insects watched as more dragons approached. The brown dragon mocked the insect race, calling them weak, while the mole dragon asked which of them wanted to trade places with him. Bee Mang, Bee Man, the dung beetle, the mantis, and Bee Lee exchanged glances. They all simultaneously realized that if the fight dragged on, Wang Xiaofeng would be in danger. Suddenly, the three smaller dragons freaked out as one of their comrades crashed down in front of them, knocked out cold. One of the dragons asked if that wasn't Terror Claw, the one in charge of the two-star dragons, and wondered how he could have been defeated. The downed dragon, lying before the insects, warned the leaders to be careful of the two-star insects. Finally, their real champions arrived on the battlefield. The green-winged insect observed from above, mocking the two-star dragons, saying they weren't anything special. Then, the colorful mosquito, riding the armored elephant, retorted that a dozen two-star dragons weren't even enough to fill the gaps between her teeth. The colorful mosquito recognized some of the fighters, asking if that was the leader of the wasp tribe squad and the guy from the mine area. Then, sarcastically feigning concern, the colorful mosquito commented on how tough the battle looked for them. Looking at their battered heroes, she remarked that those three looked like three-star dragon beasts and offered to help. The armored elephant chimed in, saying it would be fun to mess with some three-star dragon beasts. The green-winged insect, colorful mosquito, and armored elephant prepared for combat. Meanwhile, the flying dragon thought, outraged, that these three insects had actually taken out over a dozen two-star dragon beasts. The mole dragon lamented the time spent gathering the elites, only for them to be easily defeated. Infuriated, the three dragons flew towards the insects. The insect warrior, green-winged insect, drew his sword, while the colorful mosquito got ready. The armored elephant rose up, claws blazing. The armored elephant told his sister, Colorful Mosquito, that she would taste dragon blood that day. Bee Lee warned the others to be careful, as the newcomers were reckless. The Colorful Mosquito reassured Bee Lee, stating that while they might be average among their own kind, they were experts at dealing with dragon beasts. Bee Lee, surprised, asked if they were truly dragon beast experts. A dragon charged forward, declaring he wanted to see what they were made of. The green-winged insect turned and advanced towards the dragon, who attacked him with a gust of wind. Scoffing, the green-winged insect asked if that was all the dragon had, just a breeze. Calmly, he added that it was nothing to worry about. He then attacked the dragon, who cried out in surprise. As he suffered a cut to his neck, the dragon exclaimed in astonishment, complaining that green-winged insect had used a flight technique to rise against the wind and break his barrier. He said that even so, the attack's power was weak, as a full-on blow had only caused a small scratch. But the mighty green-winged insect said that was enough. The dragon panicked, realizing he was bleeding, and cried out in despair. Suddenly, the colorful mosquito absorbed his blood, saying that as expected of her brother, she wanted to see what she could create with three-star dragon blood. She smiled and said, "Done," as she produced some kunais. The insect warriors watched her manipulate the blood. Bee Lee, surprised, asked what that was. Bee Manman said that her lance was suddenly stained red. The mantis was also astonished to see her katanas completely coated in blood. The colorful mosquito explained that her stellar armor ability was called Blood Blade, which could be applied to weapons, causing wounds that accelerated bleeding. Even if it wasn't a fatal blow, the dragon beast would eventually die. The flying dragon ordered the others to deal with the mosquito first. The earth dragon charged towards her like a rhinoceros. The colorful mosquito yelped, saying she was a support type, not good at fighting, so she'd leave it to them to deal with the enemies. Bee Lee commented that the newcomer really knew how to steal the show. She then said her mission was to protect Xiaofeng, and she'd be in trouble if she took any longer. Our bee decided it was best to end things quickly. Bee Lee spun her lance and yelled, activating her battle mode. She fought for the honor of the Wasp clan. Our amazing bee boss told the dragon beasts to get ready, and so the fight of one of the mightiest was about to begin. Bee Lee dodged the dragon's attack by flying over him. Startled, the dragon realized she had gotten faster. As Bee Lee flew, the dragon suddenly attacked her with spines. Our powerful bee deflected the spines with her lance. Spinning in the air with her lance, Bee Lee shouted the name of her attack, Lance Cut, Downward Strike. Then she slammed her lance down with absurd force right on the center of the dragon's head. And well, after that, the dragon fell unconscious as Bee Lee landed. Without wasting any time, Bee Lee continued to pierce the already defeated dragon. After that, Bee Lee turned and told the colorful mosquito that the rest was up to her. Promptly, the colorful mosquito began to suck all the blood from the dragon. The poor dragon roared, demanding his blood back. The armored elephant asked, "Are you hiding here?" as the mole dragon burst through the ground in a straight line. The armored elephant pierced the ground, finally finding the dumb dragon. The armored elephant laughed at the dragon's state. The dragon complained of pain. The armored elephant asked the dragon how it felt to experience 1,000 years of death. The dragon cursed the insect. He then got up and yelled that he would crush the insect. Suddenly, the dung beetle's hand stopped him. The startled dragon wondered, "Who is it? Can't you see I'm busy?" The dung beetle finally found the cowardly dragon and exclaimed that he had finally caught him. The terrified general stared at the powerhouse, panicked, lamenting that it was over and he was doomed. Crushed into the ground, he surrendered, begging the dung beetle to wait, saying he yielded and wouldn't invade the insect beast territory again. However, our relentless dung beetle pinned the dragon down with his foot and commented that the last one who said that already had a grave with 6-foot-tall grass on it. Immediately after the taunt, enraged, our hero unleashed a powerful barrage of blows against the dumb dragon. And well, there goes another dragon. Goodbye, cowardly dragon, we'll miss you, or maybe not. Wang Xiaofeng, after defeating the 2 idiot dragons without even striking a blow, just using his substitution power, sits atop one of them in the middle of a burning forest. Then he thinks that facing a 3-star dragon alone is too risky. Our hero says he's at 2.5-star strength, with only half of his star power remaining. Therefore, he decides to wait for the dung beetle and Sister Fengli to finish their fights so they can then deal with the dragon together. Suddenly, Wang Xiaofeng observes several insects flying beside him, ordering them to attack and kill the dragon beasts. While a busty bee is hit with an electricity attack and the stink bug is knocked out, Wang Xiaofeng promptly stands up and calls them. Our hero then comments that everyone is fighting with everything they've got. And well, the cause of the knockouts in sequence appears. The heavenly dog dragon flies in front of him. Wang Xiaofeng wonders what he's doing. After all, that's a battlefield. Then he states that if everyone is fighting hard, he can't back down either. The heavenly dog dragon observes Wang Xiaofeng and his defeated subordinates on the ground. Next, our hero asks the big idiot where he's aiming. Wang Xiaofeng says that his grandpa insect is there. The dragon, furious, tenses his muscles and calls him a brat, saying he's flirting with death. Wang Xiaofeng then starts running while the heavenly dog dragon tries to catch him. The dragon, while energizing himself, asks where Wang Xiaofeng is running. Meanwhile, our little bee, or rather, wasp, sorry, I can't tell the difference, wonders if the dragon has infinite star power. Then, the heavenly dog dragon shoots electric rays towards Wang Xiaofeng, who dodges using his speed. The dragon then realizes that Wang Xiaofeng is hiding in the forest to survive and says that's smart. However, our hero replies, saying that as long as he keeps him busy there, it's enough. Then, he thinks that this is the perfect time to act. Wang Xiaofeng tells the heavenly dog dragon to save his taunts for when he manages to catch him. At the same instant, he uses his divine speed to dodge and move to the other side of the dragon in a blink of an eye. Our hero, mocking the animal's face, asks where the idiot dragon is looking. Then, Wang Xiaofeng takes advantage and attacks the heavenly dog dragon's shoulder, making a small cut. And well, the demon gets furious and states that he deserves death. While our hero distances himself, a significant amount of blood gushes from the enemy's body. Be careful with the colorful mosquito, kid. Wang Xiaofeng laughs and says the dragon will never catch him. Soon after, the dragon energizes himself and shoots a beam towards Wang Xiaofeng, who deflects it with his enhanced speed. The cut even slices a colossal tree in half. However, it doesn't cause a scratch on our protagonist. Next, the dragon comments that he's quite fast, but asks how long he can maintain that speed with his star power. The heavenly dog dragon, furious, wonders where Wang Xiaofeng is hiding. Then Wang Xiaofeng activates colorful mosquito mode and says he needs to weaken him before the dung beetle and Sister Fengli arrive. Suddenly, the heavenly dog dragon looks at his shoulder and observes his blood being sucked from his body by Wang Xiaofeng and calls him Little Slippery. Soon after he realizes he's getting more tired and wonders why, then he exclaims, "My blood!" At the same instant, Wang Xiaofeng appears on a cut tree trunk in front of him and, startled, exclaims that he found him. The heavenly dog dragon asks where Wang Xiaofeng thinks he's going as he flies towards him. Immediately, Wang Xiaofeng realizes it's too late to change his ability mode. Then the dragon energizes his hand and attacks our hero, who quickly flies to dodge the blow. Next, the dragon uses his celestial light, creating a vortex of electricity around the area. The dragon states that no one has ever dodged that move and asks where he can hide. Wang Xiaofeng realizes that his speed is no match for the enemy and is soon struck by the lightning, sending him flying until he hits a tree. Then, the dragon, furious, yells for him to dodge that and says he's treating him like a monkey, calling him a brat. He claims that Wang Xiaofeng is forcing him to use all his power. Thus, the dragon goes after our hero, still paralyzed from the previous attack. Our hero, worried, says he can't move. Soon after, the dragon curses him and grabs him by the neck. The dragon, boasting, celebrates that he finally caught him, calling him Little Mouse. Then he says that this is where it all ends for him. The heavenly dog dragon then orders Wang Xiaofeng to bid farewell to this world. Scoffing at our B hero, he says it was as expected. A 2-star insect losing to a 3-star was inevitable. Then, Wang Xiaofeng says goodbye to everyone, saying that even though it was brief, he really enjoyed the time he spent with everyone. But, against all expectations, the dragon realizes that his last full power attack depleted all of his star power. Wang Xiaofeng then puts his hand on his chin and, seizing the opportunity, exclaims in surprise and says he can still use a little strength. Wait! Strength? Our hero thinks. Then he quickly activates dung beetle mode and uses gigantification. The heavenly dog dragon, impressed, wonders how many abilities that brat has. Soon after, the dragon goes on the attack, shouting that he needs to take care of him quickly and yells for him to die while delivering a powerful blow. But then, Wang Xiaofeng, without hesitation, defends the dragon's blow with a single hand without any difficulty. And well, it seems the tables have turned. Our hero comments that he is very weak. Wang Xiaofeng, now the size of the heavenly dog dragon, faces him and, in disbelief at the extent of his strength, wonders if it's an illusion. Then, the dragon tries to hit him, but Wang Xiaofeng blocks the attack again. The dragon, still thinking himself superior, says that Wang Xiaofeng managed to block both his claws and comments. Not bad, brat. Immediately afterwards, Wang Xiaofeng thinks that the strength increase from dung beetle mode is strong, but not enough to overcome the 3-star dragon. Furthermore, he comments that the open-handed punch technique is too simple. Then he wonders if the dragon isn't good at hand-to-hand combat. The heavenly dog dragon, hearing the comment, asks what nonsense he's talking about and says he just underestimated him a little. Hearing this, Wang Xiaofeng smiles confidently and states that he can win. Thus, he goes after the heavenly dog dragon, flying over him. Then, in a quick movement, Wang Xiaofeng attacks the heavenly dog dragon with a 2-footed kick. Next, Wang Xiaofeng delivers a knee right to the dragon's stomach, followed by a powerful punch to the face, which sends him flying away. The dragon then threatens him, saying that as soon as he recovers a little of his star power, he will make him wish he were dead. Hearing this, Wang Xiaofeng smiles and says it's very good to beat a 3-star dragon. Our hero then asks him to relax, while applying a neck lock, He says that reincarnation is only a matter of a short time. Soon it would all be over. The dragon gets irritated and wonders how he could die at the hands of a mere 2-star insect. Then the dragon energizes his body and uses the lightning fall ability to attack Wang Xiaofeng, but our hero quickly tightens his grip on his neck, making him stop instantly. With that, the heavenly dog dragon coughs up his soul, ending the fight once and for all. Wang Xiaofeng then wonders what that is. Our hero says he can't believe he beat a 3-star monster, and says he needs to take a picture but wonders where his phone is. And well, it's another dragon that goes to the world of the dead. Our hero's KDA is simply relentless. Goodbye, idiot electric dragon, we'll miss you. Now, on the other side of the battlefield, the alligator dragon and the stegosaurus fall to the ground defeated. Meanwhile, the flying dragon observes his 2 companions, incredulous at the power of our insect army. Soon after, the sacred wind dragon, furious, curses them. Then, he propels himself upwards and prepares to attack the green wings insect, who soon notices his movement behind him. Immediately afterward, Green Wings is hit by the sacred wind dragon's attack, being crushed into the ground. At the same moment, the flower mantis proposes a plan to Mang Mang. She should stand on the tip of her blade, so she can propel her against the wind barrier. Mang Mang considers the strategy daring, but accepts the mantis's proposal. Then, Mang Mang quickly climbs onto the blade of the flower mantis, who soon asks if she is ready. She answers yes, and then Mang Mang is hurled up towards the dragon. Mang Mang, in midair, focuses her power and unleashes a powerful energy attack with her spear against the sacred wind dragon. The flower mantis announces that the wind field has disappeared and orders everyone to attack immediately. Then, all the insects on the front line advance to make a combined attack. The flower mantis then uses her sliding crosscuts attack against the dragon, while Man attacks with her purple energy blast. After the attack, the sacred wind dragon falls to the ground, defeated. Mang Mang, and the mantis land and observe the enemy. After defeating the last dragon, asks if anyone has found Xiaofeng. The stink bug then replies that he searched the entire battlefield, but couldn't find him. Man reports having seen Xiaofeng being chased by a 3-star dragon into the forest. despairs upon learning that the leader of the 3-star dragons was chasing Xiaofeng. She laments not having warned him properly. However, the dung beetle calms her down by at least knowing that Xiaofeng was still alive, as he was still able to maintain his star armor. Then, while flying, the stink bug says that he immediately sent the insect beasts from the mine area to continue searching for him, and Man says that she will inform everyone in the Bee clan. Immediately afterward, the gecko crocodile dragon mocks them and comments that Xiaofeng must be wishing he were dead now. The crocodile dragon then warns them that the leader is the strongest among them, and that, even if they work together, they may not be a match for him. He states that the boss likes to play with his prey before killing them, and that as soon as he gets tired and comes to his senses, it will be their turn to die. Then, the colorful insect shouts, stating that Xiaofeng is their insect king and that he will be fine. Suddenly, an imposing and menacing figure appears in front of them. the flower mantis, and the dung beetle, curious, wonder who that figure is. The gecko crocodile dragon then cackles, warning that the boss is back and that their time to die has come, and that if they leave immediately, it might be more comfortable. Then orders everyone to prepare for battle. But suddenly, our hero Wang Xiaofeng emerges from the shadows, lifting the already fainted dog dragon with one hand. He asks what is going on and why everyone is so nervous. After all, hadn't the battle ended? Then, the dung beetle celebrates that the insect king is all right. then asks what happened to that 3-star dragon. Then Wang Xiaofeng throws the defeated dragon on the ground and exclaims, "Here!" asks, surprised, if he defeated that 3-star dragon beast alone. Xiaofeng, while shrinking in size, replies that he never thought he would be able to kill him, and that he only wanted to hold on until everyone could help him. He then states that he doesn't know how, but he ended up managing to deplete all the beast's star power and defeat it. Bi Li asks if that was all, and Xiao Feng replies yes. Meanwhile, the crocodile dragon comments, incredulous, that a mere 2-star insect defeated the boss. He says that's impossible. He then despairs, because if the boss was defeated, they are all doomed. Bi Li then orders the gecko crocodile dragon to tell her the marching route of the troops and their strength, and that, in exchange, she will cut off only one of his limbs and spare his life. However, the Stegosaurus dragon wakes up and refuses to obey. He says he would rather die than surrender. The sacred wind dragon agrees and states that the dragon clan will never bow to the insect beasts, and that they can kill or mutilate them as they please. The gecko crocodile dragon, desperate, asks what they mean by that and why they included him if they wanted to die. Then, changing his mind, he says he is willing to provide information, but for that, he asks that they spare his life. Bi Li warns Xiao Feng, saying that that dragon beast has threatened them several times before, and that this sudden change of mind is probably a trick. Xiao Feng replies that he already knows. Then, the dragon states that it's all just a big misunderstanding. After that, the gecko crocodile dragon is cursed by the other dragons for betraying the dragon beasts. He retorts by asking them to shut up, because the two of them may not want to live, but he still does. Then, the Stegosaurus questions him how he can surrender to the insect beasts and what happened to the pride of the dragon clan. The gecko crocodile dragon defends himself by saying that he is different from those two idiots and that he only recognized the situation they were in. He adds that if they want to know anything, they can ask freely, as he will tell them everything he knows. Meanwhile, he thinks that he didn't expect to find the newborn insect king there, and that this was very lucky. He concludes that as soon as he recovers his strength, escaping will be easy, and that by reporting this, he will not only be safe, but will also gain some credit. Xiao Feng then observes the crocodile dragon and considers so much proactivity suspicious, but concludes that he definitely needs the dragon beast's information. Xiao Feng then orders the colorful mosquito to suck the gecko crocodile dragon's blood and not let him escape. She replies yes, and that he can leave everything to her. The gecko crocodile dragon then says that that wasn't really necessary. On the battlefield, many insects were slaughtered. Xiao Feng laments the casualties of the insect army, which total 318. The dung beetle comments that this was their first time facing the dragon beasts directly, and that the survivors will be strengthened to become a powerful army. However, our hero laments that they could have survived. Xiao Feng then wonders if he made a mistake, and that if he had chosen to flee, they would not have died. The dung beetle then says that would only bring them back to the past. The limited space on the Sky Islands cannot support many insects, and the heavy taxes cost the lives of those who are too old, sick, or weak to work. He then states that Xiao Feng gave them a new choice. Next, he states that this is the path that everyone chooses, and that the insect king doesn't need to blame himself. Xiao Feng asks if it really is like that. The dung beetle says yes, and that he should listen to the voices of everyone behind him. "Behind me?" asks our hero. Then a crowd of insects approaches and calls him Insect King. Soon after the great victory, the insects celebrate having defeated the dragon beast army thanks to the Insect King's leadership. An insect celebrates having personally killed a dragon beast and avenged his family. The dung beetle then shows the villagers they saved, thanks to the Insect King's leadership. The villagers thank the Insect King for saving them, and state that if Xiao Feng had not led them to eliminate the dragon beasts, they would probably all have died in that attack. Then, the entire Lacewing clan thanks the Insect King for saving their tribe. Wang Xiaofeng is then hugged by the dung beetle, who states that no insect beast there regrets following him. Soon after, the other warriors arrive and agree, stating that even though they haven't been with him for long, swearing loyalty to the Insect King was the best decision they ever made. Then, the dung beetle, the flower mantis, the colorful mosquito, the elephant beetle, and the green wings kneel before Xiao Feng and declare that they are his loyal blades, and that they are willing to offer their lives to defeat all the enemies before him. Then Xiaofeng thanks everyone but says there is no need to sacrifice their lives as he doesn't have many friends and hopes that everyone stays alive. Everyone replies in unison, "Yes, Insect King." The insect father then asks what they want for dinner. The insect child replies that he wants to eat crispy fried leaves. While watching the villagers leave, the mantis comments that it's great to have a family and that they must be very happy now. Then she thinks it would be great if they could go back to that time, and that it would be great if Xiaofeng could have come down from the sky like he did now. While she says this, Xiaofeng feels something strange in his head. Suddenly, Xiaofeng returns to his human form and is teleported to a different dimension. Confused, he wonders where he is. Back at the insect camp in the past, the dung beetle orders the flower mantis to maintain a firm stance and attack mercilessly. She is then hit by a piece of wood that the dung beetle was holding and falls to the ground. He orders her to get up again, and she obeys. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng exclaims, "There's the dung beetle and Sister Hua." The flower mantis then cuts down a tree. She continues training non-stop, trying to improve more and more. Xiaofeng feels a wave of unknown memories flooding his mind. Now, back at the Star Dragon Cave, confused, he wonders what those scenes from the mysterious space are, and if it is a dream. Xiaofeng then wonders how he could have had such a strange dream. Our hero then cuts a carrot. Meanwhile, Princess Wei Wei celebrates finally being able to take a bath. She complains that she was stuck in that cave for a long time and that her skin is all wrinkled. And well, I know how you, my noble subscribers, are, so I'll leave 3 seconds without changing the scene for anyone who wants to take a screenshot. Thank me in the comments. While getting out of the bathtub, Wei Wei feels a tremor and soon asks what happened. And well, I think our hero is getting too strong. Xiaofeng, while cutting the carrot, ended up cutting everything in front of him unintentionally. He wonders if it was really him who did that. Then Xiaofeng calls for Wei Wei. The princess responds and turns to him, still in a towel. Immediately afterward, our lucky hero has a nosebleed. Princess Wei Wei, surprised, stutters upon seeing Xiaofeng. Embarrassed, she questions him about what he is doing there. Xiaofeng, nervous, runs away and shouts that it wasn't on purpose. The princess then gets dressed and accuses him of spying on her. She says it's impossible for a kitchen knife to cut through a steel wall from that distance and questions him if he wants to lie and deny it. Then, Princess Wei Wei, crying, curses him and calls him trash. Xiaofeng then says that everything he said is true and that he really didn't do it on purpose. Then, she asks Xiaofeng to compensate her with 100,000 star coins and that she will forgive him. He quickly replies that he has no money. She retorts that she doesn't care and that since he spied on this princess's body, he must compensate her. Xiaofeng, trying to calm her down, says he understands. Then, he hands her a paper, or rather, a makeshift receipt. Princess Wei Wei then analyzes it, holding it up. Xiaofeng says that he doesn't have all that money now. She warns him that he can't back out of the deal and that if he doesn't pay, she will punish him when they return to the galaxy. Xiaofeng replies, "Understood, Your Highness." He then thinks that he doesn't even know if they will be able to return and asks what the point of asking for money is. Then the princess rubs the receipt on her face and shouts excitedly, 100,000! Man! If I were Xiaofeng, I would leave her there and survive alone after everything she did to him. I think she deserves it. Using the crocodile gecko dragon's guidance, several squads of small dragon attacks were successfully ambushed the following week. 1,132 enemies were killed in one area, and in another, 997. A little further ahead, 1,437. And well, some time passes, and Xiaofeng is sitting on top of the crocodile gecko dragon, his possible new pet. The poor dragon exclaims that he is exhausted and can no longer move. Then, our hero urges him on, saying that it is not yet time to rest. Xiaofeng then asks if he still wants to live. Hearing this, the crocodile gecko dragon replies that he is powerless and that even if they kill him, it will be useless. Then, Wang Xiaofeng suggests to Feng Li, who is flying beside him, that they rest in that place for a day. Feng Li agrees, saying that the dragon beasts wandering nearby have almost all been eliminated and that beyond that is the main battlefield. She then suggests that they set up camp there, and well, all our insects take a break. Meanwhile, Wang Wang Xiaofeng calls for Feng Li atop a mountain. She asks what happened. Wang Xiaofeng then asks if the queen bee and the other bees will be all right. She reassures him, telling him not to worry, and that she heard that the two queen bees will fight together this time, and that they will be fine. Wang Xiaofeng then suggests to Feng Li that they do something, but she quickly replies that no, and says that she already knows what he is planning, and that this is not a battle in which they can get involved. Soon, our hero, scoffing, says that she hasn't even said anything yet. He then asks if Feng Li isn't there. He wonders what could be dangerous if Feng Li is nearby. Then our little Wang Xiaofeng hugs her and asks Feng Li to stay away and observe, promising that he will not get close. Feng Li thinks for a while before answering. But soon, Wang Xiaofeng begs and asks Feng Li to let him learn from the combat experience of other armies. Feng Li thinks for a moment and agrees, saying that if it's just observing from afar, it's fine. Wang Xiaofeng celebrates, saying that she is the best. Feng Li asks Wang Xiaofeng to remember not to leave her sight, and he agrees, but at the same time states, so Sister Feng Li prefers a kinder approach. Then, changing location tens of kilometers away, the Dragon Beast Army is composed of 15,000 soldiers. An army of dragon beasts marches towards a village. In the sky, several types of dragons fly over the region. It is then that our powerful and beautiful bee army appears. The two queen bees lead the army, which positions itself for battle. And well, the wasp army is composed of 12,000 soldiers. The bee army is composed of 13,000 soldiers. The two armies unite and watch the dragon beast army arrive. Then the queen bee activates her ability, Mother World's Blessing. The bees position themselves in formation for battle. Their shields shine, energized by the queen's ability. Meanwhile, the dragon beast army advances towards the insects. The dragons then spit powerful energy rays, causing a strong explosion on the battlefield. Then the flying dragons attack the insect army, trying to hit the frontline bees and wasps first. The bees then prepare an attack formation with their spears, bows, and shields. The queen orders them to fire, and soon, a rain of spears and arrows is fired at the dragons. Several bees and wasps mounted on other giant insects attack the dragon army. Suddenly, a wasp attacks a red dragon, hitting it with its spear, and thus the war truly begins. Then, the wasp queen uses her ability, Imperial Guard. Suddenly, a bee is hit by a giant claw that breaks its spear into pieces. She is also hit in the stomach, suffering a cut. But immediately afterwards, the wound heals quickly. 3 dragons are hit by explosions and fall from the sky. The smaller dragons watch in amazement. Then, one of the dragons falls to the ground with everything, while the stupid dragon's eyes widen. The queen bee then looks to the side and observes something approaching. She then tries to see further in the distance. Now, from the top of a tree, Wang Xiaofeng and Feng Li observe the battle, impressed by the strength of the bee army. Wang Xiaofeng comments that the dragon beast army is being directly suppressed. Feng Li explains that this is the elite force of the bee tribe, which is stationed on the border fighting the dragon beasts all year round. She continues, saying that the lineage of the bee tribe has been intertwined for dozens of generations, allowing the army to benefit from the simultaneous enhancements of both queen's royal abilities. Feng Li says that both queen bees have offspring, and that they usually take turns protecting the area near the border. She states that this is the first time she has seen both appear at the same time. She adds that although the queen bee's strength is not the strongest among the insect kings, she has never lost a battle when leading a legion. Wang Xiaofeng, lying on the tree branch, comments that the queen bee is amazing. The queen then smiles as she deduces what Wang Xiaofeng is doing. The wasp queen then asks what is wrong, and she replies that Xiaofeng is nearby, and that after a time apart, he has grown considerably. Then, from the top of a hill, the dragon general observes the battlefield and curses the defeated army, saying, "Useless trash! Being defeated by insect beasts." The big guy orders them to get out of his way, that he himself will take care of it. Several dragons fly around him. Meanwhile, down below, the beasts ask if they heard correctly that the dragon general plans to act personally. "I heard that too," affirms one of the stupid dragons. Suddenly, the peace-loving dragon notices something and is startled. The smaller dragons scream desperately as they run away. Meanwhile, the shadow of a giant creature looms over them. It is is then that the two look up. The two beasts scream at the same time as they observe the dragon general flying over them. And well, the general, as he advances, crushes everything in front of him. The fat guy is giant, but he has a lot of speed, and he approaches the battle taking graceful ballet leaps. The two lucky dragons are unharmed, but impressed by the size of the crater the general left behind. The smaller dragon and the lizard dragon tremble with fear as one comments that if he is hit by that, he will certainly die, while the other says he wants to go home. Wang Xiaofeng then observes the general advancing to enter the battle. He comments that that crazy guy is really very big and wonders how he manages to be so agile despite his size. Then, the queens order everyone to retreat, while several wasps and bees mounted on insects flee the battle. The bees then quickly form a strategy and divide themselves with their energy shields. Then, the dragon general jumps from above and falls on top of the bees' formation. He uses the ability Crushing Descent. The queen bee quickly orders, "Concentrate fire, convergent formation." Meanwhile, the giant lands right in the middle of the formation and takes a super powerful attack together from the bees. Immediately afterwards, the big guy is thrown away. At the same time, the bees' powerful energy attack explodes in the sky. Suddenly, the dragon general falls to the ground with everything. He tries to get up and groans, still a little dizzy. Then, as he flies again towards the bee army, trying to dodge their combined attack, he states that it is not easy to dodge that. But soon he is hit by one of the attacks. The dragon general spits blood. Meanwhile, he is surrounded by bees and wasps. Suddenly, the bees' spears begin to levitate and glow red. They wonder what is happening. Then the spears begin to spin in the sky surrounding the wasp queen. Soon after, the queen prepares her attacks as the projectiles begin to align. Then a powerful rain of spears is fired. The darts then hit the dragon general, who tries to protect himself by putting his hand on his head. Now, from above, Feng Li comments that it is strange that the situation is so unfavorable for the dragon beasts, but strangely, the general shows no intention of retreating. She asks what he is planning to do. Xiaofeng wonders why Feng Li is so worried if they have the advantage. Then the queen begins to cough as she flies. Her problem returns again. Nervous, the queen bee asks Ling Ling to rest, that she will take care of it. Queen Ling Ling begs and asks her not to do that. After all, if they cannot repel the dragon beasts that day, there will be no survivors in the nearby villages. Then, the general gets up, grumbling as he is stabbed. He gets angry, stating that he did not come there just to get beaten, as he prepares to fight. Then, he screams and orders them to attack. Suddenly, a flock of flying dragons emerges and advances towards the bee's shield. The queen bee comments that those are the dragon beasts that were wandering around there earlier. Then, the big guy orders the attack. In the sky, the dragons then prepare to attack the bees. At the same time, the general charges a powerful energy attack. While swallowing the energy, he thinks that finally they have shown a weakness. Then, the general fires the blast. Then some bees and wasps are hit by the dragon's attack as they scream. And in the sky, our bees get the worst of it. Several of them are bitten by the dragons and hit by energy blasts. Some bees fall to the ground tired. One of them says she can still fight, while the other complains of pain. The wasp queen then thinks she needs to hold on and resist a little longer, but immediately afterwards, she is reprimanded by the queen bee, who says that is enough. She begs and says she can continue. Then, the wasp queen, unable to hold on, falls from the sky, while the queen bee screams. But the other bees quickly catch her. They despair and ask if she is all right. Feng Li and Xiaofeng watch the scene in amazement as they wonder what happened to the queen bee. Feng Li then gets angry and curses the dragon beasts, saying that was their goal from the beginning. She continues explaining that, among the various insect kings, the queen bee is the kindest, and she generally overextends herself to repair the damage to the bee swarm. As a result, she was ambushed and injured by the dragon beasts, with many tiny fragments left around her organs that could not be removed. So Beely explains that if the Bumblebee Queen doesn't recover, Her Majesty Feng Huang will have to guard the front lines. And with both rulers unable to reproduce, the Bee clan will face decades of decline until a new Bumblebee Queen takes over. Xiao Feng, pensive, sitting on a tree trunk, begins to understand how things really are. Soon, he thinks that the Bumblebee Queen's injuries are nothing with current human technology. But there, it's something fatal. Suddenly, he hears someone calling him and wonders if he just heard Mother Queen Wasp's voice near his ears. Then, the Queen Bee appears and asks him to come to her, as she will take him to meet some uncles. Soon, they arrive in a dark room with spider webs. Xiao Feng asks Mother Queen Wasp where they are. She replies that this is where Mother Queen Wasp meets with the other insect kings. Xiao Feng asks if the uncles she referred to are the other insect kings, and she confirms. And well, hanging from the ceiling are the web spiders, which can transmit distant sounds and shadows through their silk threads. Soon they enter a room where three powerful figures are sitting, projected as holograms through the devices. One of them, a large and imposing insect, asks the Queen Wasp what happened and how Ling Ling is. The Queen Wasp says that her injuries have returned and that she needs to rest and recover for a while. Xiao Feng, surprised, confirms that they are the insect kings. Soon, the Locust King, Fai Huang, says that the large-scale invasion of the dragon beasts is really not simple, as they must have discovered their weakness some time ago. Then, the Rhino Beetle King, Li Ao, complains about resting and recovering again, and the Deer Beast King, Jiao Man, states that she is too weak, and that he already said before that she should never have gone to the battlefield in that state. Then, the Queen Wasp explains that all the dragon beasts were expelled from the territory, and Dragon General Tao Shen was seriously injured. Their forces suffered almost no casualties, and this is the result of Ling Ling's efforts in the battle. Furthermore, the Bumblebee Queen has already chosen a successor, so there is nothing to worry about. One of the kings then questions if they are saying they should wait until the new Bumblebee Queen takes the position, and asks how long that will take. Soon he explains that he heard that the successor, chosen by the Bumblebee clan, barely has the strength of 1 star, and he questions how she can bear such a heavy responsibility. Meanwhile, our little bee starts to climb one of the thrones, and then, while our little Xiao Feng watches, sitting, the discussion begins with them saying that, at the moment, they are in a period of weakness, and in their opinion, it would be much better to find a powerful clan so that the transfer of the king's power could happen sooner. But the Queen Wasp opposes. The insect kings ask what the reason for the opposition is. Then she explains that she wants to wait for the king's power to be passed down, as it is a force inherited through generations, exclusively suitable for each clan, and yet, transferring it hastily to another clan may not necessarily release the same level of power. Xiao Feng agrees with his mother and says that what they are doing is clearly taking advantage of the situation. The Rhino Beetle King, surprised, asks who is speaking. Suddenly, Xiao Feng asks them to take a picture of him. The Insect King asks Fei Huang if she brought that little wasp. Then she explains that he is the one who actually awakened the king's power by himself. The Insect Kings are surprised, as the rumors are true. Then Xiao Feng says he opposes, and that now it's 2 against 2. The Locust King says that this is no place for childish impulsiveness, and the Rhino Beetle King orders him to go play somewhere else, as he will send an insect to bring him sweet sap to drink. Then Xiao Feng and his mother watch them. Suddenly Xiao Feng says not to try to use that with him, as he can treat Aunt Bumblebee's injuries, and he states that, in that case, they have no reason to take away Aunt Bumblebee's power. The Rhino Beetle says that he thought he was just having a tantrum earlier, and that if he causes any more trouble, he shouldn't blame him for being ruthless with his iron fist. Then Xiao Feng tells him not to consider himself his uncle, as they are not that familiar with each other. Soon the Queen Bee smiles as he asks if he really thinks she won't do anything, and she challenges him to come to her if he has the courage. Then, the Locust King asks them to stop arguing, and that, in that case, they will give the little wasp 1 month. If it doesn't work, they can always take away the Bumblebee Queen's power. Now, leaving the place, the Queen Wasp tells Xiao Feng that he was very reckless. Then, Xiao Feng says that he's not lying, and that he really has a way to heal Aunt Bumblebee. But soon, he says he's not 100% sure. The Queen tells him to just do his best, as no insect will blame him. He agrees. Then we go back to a few days ago, one day after Xiao Feng left. The little moth and his sister are near the pots of a magic soup. The little moth tells his brother that there is still some of that magic soup left, and his brother asks why they don't drink it, as it can turn them into powerful insect warriors. The little moth tells him to drink it, as his physique is destined to never become a powerful insect warrior. The other retorts that physique is just appearance, and that in his eyes, he has always been very strong, and yet, if only he could become as imposing as Sister Hua. Then our little fluffy one asks if he really likes Sister Hua, and while dragging him, she tells him to stop hesitating and drink it already. Then the brother asks what she thinks about what he heard, that after becoming an insect warrior, they will awaken a unique talent. Soon he replies that they will only know after drinking it. Then, the two drink the magic soup, and immediately afterward they look at their reflection in the water, noticing that apparently nothing has changed. Then, excited, Yue says that now they are also insect warriors. Yue has 1,600 tons of power and a web-weaving ability, while the little moth has 312 tons of power and a mimicry X-ray vision ability. The little moth, disappointed, states that he doesn't feel like his power has increased. Meanwhile, Yue states that the abilities don't seem particularly suitable for combat. The little moth says he knew it. Now, on the other side of that small field, the gecko dragon asks the dung beetle and Bee Lee to stop. The dung beetle tells him to choose between his hands and feet. Then Bee Lee says, it's not that bad. Soon, the gecko crocodile dragon asks for help as the dung beetle pulls him by the tail. Just behind, Xiao Feng wonders what they are doing. Then Bee Mang Mang and Bee Man Man explain that as a precaution, they will cut off a limb from cooperative prisoners before releasing them. This is a method of the insect clan to prevent them from rejoining the dragon army and fighting against them again in the future. They then explain that although they really want to kill them all, doing so would make the dragon beasts fierce and fearless of death and unwilling to surrender in the future. That's why they do that, to make it easier to deal with the dragon beasts in the future. Xiao Feng says he understands and wonders if this is the wisdom of the battlefield. However, he says that the efficiency is a bit low. Then Xiao Feng asks them to wait. He then asks Sister Feng and Uncle Dung Beetle to leave that to him. They then ask why he is stopping them. Xiao Feng says he has a better way to deal with it. Bee Lee says it's always been this way and that he can't interfere with it. Soon, the dung beetle says that since the insect king has spoken, they should let him handle it. Then, Xiao Feng tells them to listen to him and to release him right now. The gecko crocodile dragon asks if he's serious. As he gets up, Xiao Feng says that there must be other captured dragon beasts as well and asks them to release them too. The dung beetle asks the insect king if he heard correctly. Then, Xiao Feng confirms and tells them to do as he said. Bee Lee sighs and says to consider it a lesson for him. Then, in front of the gate, Xiao Feng asks them to listen to him, as he is the insect king, and that he is grateful to the gecko crocodile dragon for providing valuable information. In view of his contributions, he allows them all to leave with him. Then, the other dragons call him a traitor. The gecko crocodile dragon is booed by all his colleagues. Soon, a little bird dragon spits in his face. As all the gecko dragons flee, the crocodile dragon, irritated, says that if it weren't for him, none of them would have a chance to survive. Soon, Xiao Feng says goodbye, saying that after spending some time together, he almost considered him a friend. It's really hard to part ways, he says, and he wishes them to be careful on the road and that, if they have time, come back to visit him, as they are always welcome there. The gecko crocodile dragon asks who said they are friends, as that is just his delusion, but unlike him, our little bee wishes him to be happy. Meanwhile, Bee Mang Mang asks him why he is releasing them, since capturing them wasn't easy. Xiao Feng says that if that guy isn't an idiot, he'll be back soon. Bee Mang Mang and Bee Man Man look at each other and ask who he's talking about. Xiaofeng then walks and says he'll be quite busy, so he won't wait for him. While running, the gecko crocodile dragon thinks that as soon as he brings the information back, he will be promoted immediately. But soon, he starts to feel strange. Suddenly, he stops and realizes that they released other gecko dragons too, and that Xiaofeng didn't just release one dragon beast. His information is no longer exclusive, he thinks. And once the other dragon beasts bring the information back, not only will he become useless, but all the dragon beasts will know that he betrayed them. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng, B-Man-Man, and B-Mang-Mang build a gear. But soon, they are warned that a dragon beast has come to the village. Xiaofeng is surprised by his speed. Then B-Li asks what he is doing there and tells him to hurry up and leave so as not to be ungrateful. The dung beetle says that this is not his place, but he states that he wants to meet with the insect king as he has no bad intentions. The gecko crocodile dragon calls him a friend and says that he finally arrived as he is in a difficult situation and asks if he can stay there for a while. Xiaofeng promptly replies number. He states that he was just being polite, and yet questions why he took that seriously. He states that they don't accept idle dragon beasts there. Then, the dragon, sounding cold, states that he can work. Soon, our little bee asks Sister Manman if the village doesn't need someone to dig a water channel. Then, the gecko crocodile dragon says that he loves digging tunnels and holes, and our protagonist asks if that won't be too troublesome for him. But soon, he brags about his digging speed. Then, Gecko starts digging at full speed and asks our bee if it's good that way. Xiaofeng says it's super fast. The dung beetle asks how he convinced him. Xiaofeng explains that he had already perceived his intentions, as he was just waiting to die, and simply hoped that the others who knew the truth would die, hoping to exchange information for military achievements. Then, the dung beetle concludes that releasing the other dragon beasts was just to stop him. A smart move, he says. However, keeping a dragon beast there might prevent the insects from sleeping peacefully. Xiaofeng admits that he overlooked that. Meanwhile, Yue and his sister watch that 3-star dragon beast from afar, saying that he is huge. Xiaofeng tells them not to be afraid, and that is his captive. From now on, he will do all the dirty and heavy work. Yue and his sister are impressed and say that he is incredible, and it's no wonder he is the insect king. Xiaofeng, impressed, states that they are accepting everything very quickly. Xiaofeng says that next, they will make him stay outside the village and assign some insect beasts to take turns watching him. That way, there shouldn't be any problems, he says. Then, he asks Yue and his brother to gather everyone there and spread the news. They reply that it's no problem, and that everyone should know how amazing Xiaofeng is. Then, Xiaofeng explains the current situation to the crowd of insects. He says that the dragon beasts are also mortal flesh like them. They capture their relatives to serve as workers, and they can do the same. There's really nothing to fear from them. The dung beetle congratulates Xiaofeng and says that from now on, this place will no longer fear the dragon beasts. Xiaofeng replies that he hopes so. Then, Yue and his brother watch the water wheel working. Soon, they run to the end of the new channel, where the water flows to the fields on its own. Meanwhile, the insects enter the makeshift house they built and wonder what Xiaofeng is doing. Mao Mao says it looks like he's making tools. And soon, the stink bug asks if that's another new invention. Then, the stink bug says that lately, Xiaofeng creates something new every day. Mao Mao states that there are some new things he knows, like paper, the telescope, and something that shines, called a lamp. The caterpillar, excited, says she knows, and states that it must be the result of her daily and nightly prayers, as the god of the universe showed mercy and granted them a wise insect king. The stink bug then asks when she actually prayed. The little moth says that's just how things are. Meanwhile, back in the workshop, Xiaofeng says he's finished making the new equipment. Then he states that with those tools, it will be enough. Soon, he calls everyone to come in. The stink bug is impressed and says that house is made of wooden planks joined together. The caterpillar agrees that it seems surprisingly sturdy. Then, they come across a suit of armor hanging from the ceiling and ask what it is. Mao Mao says it's huge and asks what it's for. Then, Xiaofeng explains that it's a mechanical suit of armor, a weapon specifically used to deal with dragon beasts. Yue and his brother are surprised to learn that the armor can be used to fight dragon beasts. Xiaofeng says that according to his expectations, weapons, he should be able to handle a 5-star dragon beast. But it's not finished yet. Soon, Mao Mao approaches several other inventions and says there are so many interesting things there. Then, she picks up a spear and puts on a helmet. Xiaofeng states that if she likes it, she can keep it for self-defense, as those things are no longer useful to him. Then, the little moth asks if there is any suitable weapon for him. Xiaofeng tells him to wait a bit, as he will look for something. Suddenly, he puts his hand on his chin and starts rummaging through that pile of junk. Then, he hands a weapon to the little moth, only it's too heavy. Soon the weapon falls on top of the little moth, who cries out in pain. Xiaofeng apologizes as there isn't a weapon that fits his size and asks him to wait a moment, as he will help him adjust one. Then, they do a shooting test on a target in the tree, and then the shots hit the tree, causing a large explosion. Then, the smoke clears, revealing the huge hole. Mao Mao is impressed and says that that attack just came out of that little thing. Such exaggerated destructive power. The little moth gets excited and says it's very powerful, while admiring the new weapon. Xiaofeng then says that next, they will increase the difficulty and try a moving target. The little moth gets excited and asks them to start soon. But Xiaofeng asks the little moth not to get so excited. Then the targets start moving quickly between the trees. Xiaofeng is surprised to see that the little moth hit all of them, even those that were hidden behind the trees. He asks how he managed to shoot them. The little moth replies that he can see them. Then he explains that this is his innate ability after becoming an insect warrior. He then says that one of them is camouflage and the other is X-ray vision. Unfortunately, they are practically useless on the battlefield. Xiaofeng, astonished, asks if he has X-ray vision and questions if it isn't an incredibly powerful ability. The little moth asks if it's really amazing. Then, Xiaofeng says to imagine the following. If he hides in a place where the enemy can't see him, takes a shot, and uses camouflage to disguise himself and change position, what would happen, he asks. The little moth says that in that case, the enemy won't be able to find him, and he can continue attacking them. Then, she replies that she understands now. Suddenly, Xiaofeng feels something strange. Soon, while walking through the forest, Yue says he is hungry, and Xiaofeng in astral projection form observes them, saying that this time, it's about the little moth. Then, the little moth says that as soon as he leaves him at home, he will immediately look for food for him. Leaving him at the entrance of the house, he asks him to stay there and promises to bring him something to eat. Yue agrees. Now, alone, he walks through the forest. Soon excited, he says they are mushrooms. While admiring the mushrooms, Xiaofeng warns him to run, as there is a dragon beast there. The lizard dragon approaches and throws its immense tongue against the ground. Then, the lizard dragon sticks its tongue out, trying to catch the little moth, who screams and runs away. Then, hidden in the bushes, he observes the lizard dragon while using his ability. Soon, he begins to silently distance himself. Arriving home, he says that he found a huge amount of mushrooms in the forest today and asks if he likes them. Yue smiles and says yes. Then, the little moth states that he will pick some more tomorrow. While the two are having dinner, our hero looks at the little moth and says that he is really amazing.